I don't know.
You don't know if we're up or not. I don't know. We ran to the shop and
Turned it on.
yeah, just like
I was out here doing updates and running cables today and doing cleanup. I don't know.
when Dallas said, "Why don't you just go now?" or
Oh,
Shane,
I better do
it's
the.
like it's like okay,
I better do the introduction.
okay,
I
so we
think
got
we
it. We're
are
not
live.
even sitting in the right place or anything. We're just like
We're just here.
we're just here. Oh, you got that seat. Oh,
You
good.
scooch over that way.
I like this seat better anyway.
I'll give you a desk in a minute.
This is
First,
an Arizona seat.
first we have to do the introduction.
This seat came out of the
Hello,
dumpster.
welcome to the stream. We are in the shop. I am Kim. Kim fixes things. You can find my channel on YouTube. This is Buff Del Campo of the Buff Del Campo channel. You already know that because you found us here. We are live and we are in our shop. And you don't know yet, but we have been very, very busy. Usually, we're sitting back here. And all the space in between was full of crap.
Now the crap's everywhere else.
And well, yeah, now the crap is everywhere else. So, yeah, I trucked off a bunch of junk. Oh, here, let's just the microphone.
Move the microphone where it's a better spot.
Yeah.
This is sort of an impromptu, hurry up kind of.
Yeah, most of you have come from the AHRA, watching Dallas Brown and Professor P, and we are so happy to have you here, and we are so happy to have them suggesting that you come and find us. We were planning to go live in about an hour from now, but we're starting early, so yeah, so I'm not at all prepared to be live. Because
I was sitting in my bedroom with my shoes off watching Dallas, and goes, "Why don't you go now?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay." My shoes on and run. Yeah, that's okay. Why not?
This is a
I don't even know what that is.
this is a special device made by a company called Elgato, and on one end it connects a USB, and on the other end, it connects an HDMI device. This Canon camera, when I turn it on, it has a really nice zoom lens, and it can put out HDMI signal. So this little thing links this. Yes, it's a capture card. Did they say who shot JR?
Let's see here. I'm not yet caught up with the chat. I'm not even into the chat yet. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay, and all the stuff at the top I missed already. Got 10 minutes of test footage in my shop today. Oh, Kitsy Fluff, good. Yeah,
well, look at it. We'll be glad to help you get it going.
He sent me a text, and it was during the middle of the AHRA live, so I just sent him a smiley face. But it's I did see it.
Why don't you take your desk?
Take my desk.
Take your desk away from me.
What are you gonna use?
I'm gonna not use your desk.
I need a desk, I guess.
I don't know if you don't want
I like the desk. Security thing, I guess. Something to sit in.
There you go. Now you have something to put your drink on.
Oh, we have a new mouse that's lit up.
Got a little mouse.
We have a mouse that's lit up. I've never seen this mouse before.
Oh, Tim is back. Tim, how'd you do with your truck today? I knew what you meant, Danny Boyd.
And Tim, did you see our thumbnail? I hope you did.
Now, how about now? How about now?
You know what I didn't get?
No, what didn't
My
you get?
water.
Ooh. That's what happens when you go running out of the house.
We hustled right up here. It's like,
So we're experimenting with our new cameras tonight, and maybe we'll even work on my car like we're supposed to.
oh, we're on that camera up there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is different.
I didn't bring the other camera. I can go get it if we need it.
Okay, but...
There
and that
is-
camera moves. That'll be good.
There is the possibility that I do something that catastrophically breaks the stream and we go down.
It's all... I won't say new stuff. It's a lot of new stuff to us, and stuff we had around that's now rearranged.
If that happens, I will have to go to the house and get the other computer and bring it back up. So I apologize. It is possible there will be some delays or interruptions tonight.
Try not to do that. Kitsy flip. This is what happens when you're a machinist. You machine a new mount for the camera. That's what he's saying. He's got to machine a new mount for the camera. Whereas we go buy one or make one out of wood. He machines one.
That will be really neat. I'm looking forward to seeing that happen. Now, which one is this?
It's a great fun time in those petty cars. What is that noise? Oh,
Sounds like airplanes outside.
helicopter's going over.
Helicopters.
Oh yeah.
Helicopters. We are having.
Oh, when you took a break last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, some jets went over the house, and I mentioned that on the
That
live.
happens sometimes.
Yeah, they're flying quite a bit the last few days. Really close.
Yep. All right. Let's see if our Elgato.
What's Elgato? What'd you do?
I'm still here.
We're still here? We don't look like we're here.
No.
Can they still see us?
No.
We just went blank?
It's okay. They can still hear us.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I think it's not plugged in the right way
You're
yet.
trying something that didn't work. Okay.
Failure to launch, folks. We're close, though. We're close. Things are happening. It helps if you plug it in. All right.
I will never willingly fly in a helicopter. See, and that, yeah, I have flown in helicopters because it was a way to get in and out of where I was, but Lot Burns, he's got friends with helicopters, and they fly. And
Okay, don't get scared if we go black for a minute.
do we have? Okay, we still have sound, right? What is happening? Nothing's happening. Oh, you got something going. Oh, got that camera pointing around. I'm here, but you're pointing. Now you're pointing at our screens.
Here's our screens.
This is what we see.
So I will have the ability to show you close-ups of.
Oh, look at this. Close up, a close up, a close up, a close up, a close up.
That's it. There's the chat over there. Here's our computer.
Oh, it's autofocus that doesn't focus, or what?
So
You guys are in the region of Fort Campbell, correct? Yes, Fort Campbell is not too far from us. I got to see the double rotor helicopters hauling suspended military trucks. Should have nice camera, better quality. So, yeah, now you see what I'm looking at for the chat, and it's an LG TV tipped on its side. Works quite well.
So the great thing about this is I'll be able to carry this over there and aim it at what we're working on. And I have this camera, and I have this camera, and I have the GoPro, and they will all run through this individually as the time comes. So that is why we needed a new computer, because when I tried to pipe this through the laptop, it just fell on its face. It couldn't handle it. So now that I have this computer running,
oh, look what you dug out. That's my 12-inch sanding wheel. Oh man, it's like a 12-inch sand. That is like a really nice tool, smooth running. Ooh, that's what's supposed to be on this table.
all right, hold on, I'll turn it back on. So
I'm all excited about that. It's just a sander. They're gonna look at that and go, that's just a sander.
They are.
But it's a 12-inch and it's got like a 1 horsepower motor. Don't get caught in that thing. Yeah, that's my yeah. And then they could see the ladder there too. That tubing ladder. There's a guy next door to me in a shop I had, and he had a muffler shop, and he built that ladder, and he built the ladder because he built a set of bunk beds for me out of tubing, and that's what my kids slept in. and that was their ladder. I don't know what happened to bunk beds, but I got the ladder. Still have the ladder like 40 years later. Okay. You're recording me? What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm putting it back on the webcam.
You're playing with the new stuff. There. Now we're back. Oh, what's that shiny spot? What is that shiny spot? That's
the light.
Oh, that's the light. It's way too bright.
We have low lights. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
that's too bright for this
way too bright
webcam.
right there.
So I've got a lot to do. I expected to have another hour, and that wouldn't have been enough even to get this all ready, but I expected to have another hour.
Super tech savvy.
Nice.
Edison ripped off Tesla.
That's what I.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Well, Edison didn't want to do anything with AC. He wanted to wire the world with DC. With little power stations all over the place. I think that's what it was. Look at this. The drill presses. We've got access to the drill press. See this? This is one of these areas that just collect stuff. A collect-all corner. And it was getting so you had to climb to get at the drill press. And you couldn't get at any of the stuff. Kim came up here and...
This is not our usual camera.
Really.
I'm sorry, everyone, but we are not ready.
Oh, you're changing something?
Yep. We're gonna give them a better picture. Clearer picture.
Picture?
Close your eyes if you're epileptic.
She's screwing a new base on that camera, so you get a good picture of the inside of her hand while she's doing it.
I am doing no such thing. Jeez, I am a lady. I would not anything like that to a camera.
Okay, so it's close. It's cocked off to one side, but why is it done off to one side? I look like I'm sitting like the gangster lean here, like this, Kim. Ah, that might be too far. That's too far. There, that's good.
Man, you are mighty particular.
Well, I'm sitting there like this. It's like, okay, something's
mighty
wrong.
particular for a man who wants me to get it set up for.
Neither one of your hands on the cameras. Hey,
Right.
you're the camera engineer.
So what did they talk about on the AHRA? I was not home while that was going on. Did they have it? What was the big topic tonight?
All kinds of good tech stuff.
Yeah?
It's like 2 hours of tech stuff. I can't remember one person's name, much less 2 hours of tech stuff. Yeah, so we came up here quickly, and now I'm sort of like flustered. I don't know what we're doing.
How are the chat doing? I didn't even read Tim's answer to how his truck went today.
Oh, I don't know. There's so much chat went on that I missed. Oh, about the what do you call the thing I did? The thumbnail. He saw that. I don't know, up above, so Danny Boyd said something, but you were watching Dallas, but above that I can barely see that. That's right in the edge. Right in the edge. I'll never willingly fly in a helicopter. Yeah, the Jesus nut up there. We've got to do something with that TV to tilt it this way. Probably something more permanent than tape.
Yes, you're right.
Because that's too much weight on tape. And that I can get by with that tonight. It's just got glare on it, you know.
No, I need to take care of that. It's on my list.
It's on your short list of stuff.
Yeah.
The short list.
You keep talking to the chat, and I will keep making things better.
What did I put up a short? I put up a short this morning. Actually, I put it up last night to go up this morning. It was, oh yeah, that power strip that bends and twists all over the place. Jason's Garage and RV Repair. How you doing tonight?
Welcome to the stream.
Kim's over there saying welcome, but she's like busy. Kind of getting this little. We got like a little baby studio in the shop now, and she's still getting it kind of set up.
It's getting to be a full-on studio in the shop.
Yeah, but it's not like the one in the house. our living room was a living room, and now it is a studio.
It
The
is.
whole thing is a studio.
Oh, this is true.
Let's see here. Barrows, how you doing? Good to see you here. So this is that 8979 tape.
Tall movie director chairs. That's right. Action. We do need to keep it actionable. That's how.
Uh-oh. This function is
I
not.
pressed one of the TV
You
buttons.
you pushed one of the buttons.
Try not to think. It's
Okay. I was looking at the chat, and all of a sudden it says this function is not available. Like what?
I'm sorry to block the cameras, guys. I'm just getting things. I might need a piece of tape. I might need you to hand it.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. I can tear tape off. With some great stuff.
Pharaohs, welcome to the stream. We are busily trying to get this studio up to snuff, par, ready for a night of
Which is it? Snuff or par?
par snuff, snuff up to par.
Can you tilt it further forward than that?
Not without it falling forward, so I have to be ready. That up, and press the buttons.
Pressing buttons. You got the tape on the button or what?
I might have done that.
Not good. Ah, you got it now.
Got it.
Okay.
It's better though, right?
It's still really glary though. Well, I can see what the deal is. I can see an overhead light in it,
Yeah.
which makes it really difficult
Mm-hmm.
to read.
Yeah. It needs to be.
Really needs to be tilted forward more. Yeah. Yeah, like that.
That does it.
That does it.
Right there. Huh? Is that enough?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, that makes it easy to read.
Okay, get me another piece of long piece of tape.
Long tape coming up.
I'm using the duct tape like it grows on trees around here right now.
Oh, this stuff is tough on here. Hear that duct tape noise?
I do like the duct tape noise. It's good stuff.
Here.
Okay. All right, now sit very still.
Sit still.
I'm good.
Oh, yeah, I have the duct tape. Good stuff. 8979 3M. What's really good about this stuff, besides it holding well, it comes off easy, and it's guaranteed not to leave any residue after 6 months. We used to use it out there in the sun in Arizona. It'd go even longer than that, and I'd tear it off the side of an airplane. There'd be no strings, no residue, nothing.
That's not like
And that is really good deal. Because you know what this cheap silver duct tape does? You stick it on there, and 5 minutes later you peel it off, and it's strings and sticky shit. It's bad. I'm rendering footage. I recorded to upload it. Now you guys need tall movie director. Yep, movie director chairs, and she already said that, didn't she? Yeah, I guess I'm caught up with the. Looks like that roll got hot. This roll's probably 10 years old, and it got dug out of some box. Since then, I couldn't get the olive drab green, so I was getting the blue-gray stuff. Yeah, so most of ours is the blue-gray, but those rolls are getting down there. This was dug out of somewhere.
Okay, hold your ears. I gotta use the staple gun.
You're using the staple gun? Oh, I see what you're doing. You're stapling the duct tape to the wall. Oh, that'll keep it from coming down.
Blow their ears out, and the microphone duct.
Oh, I don't know. It's probably duct. That was one used for duct tape. The only thing I'm concerned with now, you can't staple it to the TV.
Oh, darn it.
That will be not good. Seeing live construction work.
Where's the staples? Did I use all the staples? Out of staples. Last one.
They used the last staple
And a holder.
with Blueby gone. Enough need. Bark. Oh, remember them? Bark. What is that? Need a bark. Look at them. They are.
Barca Lounger.
What are those? What is that?
It's a big chair.
Oh. Tommy's here from Dublin. What did you do? You just made it different.
I made it bigger.
Oh.
Is it too big now?
Yeah, it was great the way it
That
was.
was good before.
I don't know why you did that.
I
Oh yeah, that's really good because I can read a lot of it,
read a lot of it.
and it's good enough I can see it.
I try to make it bigger for him because he complains he can't see, and then
Yeah,
all
but
of a
it's you bought this enormous screen.
You
and
know
it's
what I
really
gave
nice.
you?
What'd you?
I gave you an endless wealth of photographs that you
Oh,
might
yeah.
pull through.
I gotta take these pictures to the house,
Oh yeah, maybe we'll look at them on a Tuesday.
and well, I'm thinking I'm gonna scan them so I'm not holding them up doing the John Wilburn thing.
Yeah.
Hold them
That's
up to the,
probably nice.
hold them up to the, but I'm gonna look to see what's in here.
Here's one.
Oh, jeez. Man, that is from my, yeah, just show it for a second. Okay. That's enough. The guy that owned the radiator shop, second guy before me, two guys back. So I bought it in 1975, so he had it in the 40s. He had that thing hanging there. That was probably from the late 40s, early 50s. The little picture with a thermometer in it had, I think he gave those away. Man. It works great. That tape isn't worth the cardboard. Reel is spooled. Yeah, but I don't know if you caught this, Barrows, but 3M 8979. It's really good stuff because it will not leave any residue. And they guarantee it not to leave any residue for 6 months. And I've used it out in the desert in Yuma, Arizona, and pulled stuff off like after a year. And no residue, no gluey stuff, no little strings, nothing. It just pulls off. But it holds real well. We'd put something on an airplane and we'd tape because you can't run all the cables, wires or something for a simple test. So we'd tape them to the outside of the airplane and just fly like that with this 8979 duct tape. Go flying with it and then just pull it off. It always held well, always came off well. Amazing stuff. So that's all I buy. Oh yeah, you zoomed this in. Oh, you can zoom? You're doing all kinds of cool stuff. Let's see here. Bruce says I looked at a 8-foot length of 1 by 5/8 by 065 chromoly. $175. What were you looking? And why do you need 065? Well, I don't know what you're making. Oh, by 5/8? I don't know what you're making. That's 065 wall. That's a pretty thick stuff. Well, for on the airplane world, that's thick stuff. I guess in roll cage world, it's only 5/8. 1 inch. Oh, 1 inch. Oh, inch and 5/8. I see. Oh, that's what we made my antenna mast is inch and 5/8, but it's a 035 wall. Where were you looking? Yeah, Irish American. That was a cool item with the car. Oh yeah, it's a giveaway item back in the 50s. Getting a Dreams Garage. How you doing? Kim's over there playing with all her new cameras and stuff. I don't know what she's doing. What are you doing? She's over there clicking those menus up there. I don't know what's going on. Okay, let's see. This is where I got my chromoly. Sometimes from Aircraft Spruce, sometimes from can't think of the name of it. Jeez, what's the place in St. Louis? There's another aircraft place in St. Louis. I'll think of it.
Is the little fan sitting over there?
There is a little fan here.
I need it. I'm roasting.
Oh, it's blowing.
That's what fans do.
I didn't know it was on. I had my fingers in there.
Yikes. I had it aiming at the computer earlier.
Paul Pajui's here. These are the people who are in, some of them in the AHRA earlier when I was there. I was there for the whole thing, and they didn't even notice I was there. I made comments. They noticed it toward the end. I'm glad they did. Yeah, so I'll take these pictures back to the house. We'll go through. Well, I'll go through them all.
Okay, we'll do that on the Tuesday night.
Well, I'll start scanning them. There's probably several hundred photographs there. And I don't know what they all are. They could be cars, airplanes, people. Don't know.
Woo!
So,
Oh, if you weren't here yesterday, I acquired a Project Slant 6. That'll be something that we're working on. I'm still trying to figure out what to do with the 360 Magnum engine, because the transmission that I have that mates to the 360 Magnum, it's a 518, but it's a 4-wheel drive transmission, and I don't really have a 4-wheel drive to put it in. You need something?
I want to go buy you. I got up, we got up here in kind of a hurry.
No,
And I didn't get my water.
You're gonna need a drink.
I need my drink.
Dr. Go says, some movie producer is going to discover you guys someday. With all this technology and car know-how, maybe they can do a feature documentary on your rise to fame on YouTube and No Name Nationals. Dr. Go, I'm not gonna hold my breath, because I have a feeling I will pass out from lack of oxygen waiting on that day. But I appreciate that you believe in us, and we will continue to give it our best try, and maybe yeah, good things will come. When you work hard and do your best work, then that's your best chance for success. Barrow says chromoly is stupid expensive, especially for 2.5 inch, and then you have to use 100% argon to TIG, and that's 2 times the price. Yeah, I stick to mild steel and deal with the little extra weight.
You know, the other way, I welded airframes for years with a torch, and that's a good way to weld chromoly. You just have to use the right rod, and the rod is like, oh man, they used to have stuff called Oxweld 65. They don't make that anymore. But anyway, and then because you're welding with a torch, you just slowly back the torch off and don't let any wind blow on, and it's already normalized, which makes it. So to a welder, that would make sense. So, yeah, I don't know. I could go back to using oxyacetylene, I guess. And Robert Owen is here. I don't know if you noticed that. I'm just saying hi because it's the first I've seen him. Did you see him here?
I don't know. But welcome to the stream.
Guys.
Paul says, endeavor to persevere. Yes, that's what we shall. And Kitsy Fluff has uploaded footage.
Uploaded to where?
I don't know. There's a link
Uploaded,
somewhere.
unlisted.
Bear Rose can post a link or approve a link. I don't know how it works.
Kitsy Fluff, you put stuff on YouTube again? You gotta. I know you had an old YouTube channel that was something else, not machine work. But I don't know if you're using that to upload stuff too. And Dr. Ghost says, you guys do work hard. Man, we got them fooled. And appreciate what you guys go through.
I was working pretty hard today.
I know you were.
It was like 97 degrees with the AC on, and I'm climbing ladders trying to make room in the shelves and get this place organized to stream out.
I'm having trouble making this open.
We had scissors.
We had scissors, and I
again.
probably put them away. I don't know what I did.
I put them somewhere. Here's the scissors.
Okay,
So-
because
so
what happened was
do
I
it.
barely got it open. I was biting it with
You
my,
guys are talking and I'm not getting
was
it all.
biting it with my mouth, and you know what happened? I got that raw tang in my mouth, and that was pretty rich tasting. Okay, tang.
Um. Oh, Dented Dreams Garage was telling us about finished working on the Monty and hiding cars from potential tree branches. Did you see those comments from Dented Dreams? Welcome to the stream. I'm sorry
No.
if we missed you. KJ Kylie came in. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're disorganized. This is not as good as some of our more less jumpy into it streams.
Oh, okay, you have another channel. So it's a YouTube channel, Kitsy Fluff. Settling sure has jumped around. Oh, I believe that. Just trying to get gas for the MIG welder's expensive. If you want me to post, sorry, on my way to the house now. Yeah, Kitsy Fluff Barrows is moderator, so he can post links if we want to. If you want to do that, we can post.
Yeah,
that
but
up
I
there.
don't know how to give the link if it won't go up.
Well, he can just type it in, and then Barrows can put it up as a link. So he can type it in. He can type it in, but it won't be a link. It'll just be typed in, I guess.
I don't know. We don't have all these things worked out yet. Especially in the shop, it's a little harder because we don't have all of our knobs and buttons figured out just yet.
Tim says, not chatting much. I'm pretty beat from yanking that motor out. The truck is beside the garage. So I put a 1-inch thick piece of plywood underneath for the hoist.
So you got it out of there, Tim?
Oh, Kitsy Fluff pasted in a couple of like back somewhere.
I'll bet you
Where
it
is it?
automatically.
Where is it? Oh, maybe it took it out.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's the problem. It'll auto moderate it.
Oh, you've got top chat up there.
Oh,
Can you
that's
fix
true.
you've got the moderated chat for us, which is, why doesn't it go there? Live chat. If you don't know, there's a thing up top that says top chat and live chat. You select live chat, it doesn't get moderated by YouTube, because YouTube will cut out bad words and
The only way I can think for you
things they
would
don't
be
want you to see.
for him to send it to your email, but your email is gonna you have to go in the house for that, wouldn't you?
Kitsy Fluff. Text it to me, and Kim will put it up. Kim will put the link up.
I'll type it in.
I didn't think of that. I knew we'd get it somehow. You have a set up so people can't post links. On these lives, the
Yeah.
moderators can only put up links.
You could make Kitsy Fluff a moderator.
I guess I could.
I'm gonna do it. We can
Okay, make
unmoderate you if we
Let
want.
Mike Kitsy Fluff a moderator, then he can post his own. And I've known him, personally for a long time. So no.
What?
Next one down. There. There. Okay, so Kitsy Fluff, you're now a moderator. So if you
Yeah, just you can.
you can put your own link up there.
It ought to let you do, and it gives you a fancy blue name and a wrench.
You get a wrench.
A wrench. How about now? How about night?
Oh, this is what I needed. A mixed drink. Mixed water and tang. Yeah, there you go. You now have a wrench. See that? He has a wrench.
Woo, wrench. Wrenchy.
There he goes. There's the link.
Nice.
So how long is that video? Yeah, people are gonna go there and then they're gonna leave here.
Go and look. It's,
Go and look. They're gonna leave our chat. No, that's
they'll
okay.
come back if they like us. If they really like us, they'll come back.
It's 11 minutes of his mill making chips. So watch like a tiny bit of it, or go back and watch it later. Trying to pull the hoist with the 350 hanging 5 feet in. No, no, no. Pull the truck out from under it.
Be careful.
Because you got a motor that high up in the air on a hoist. We learned what can happen. Yeah, then we made a video of that happening with Kim. And it wasn't even 5 feet up. But the tip the hoist over and the engine rolled down a hill. And I'm too old for that stuff. What, pulling the truck out?
Motor smells like oil or something.
What motor smells like oil?
This one in this car.
Oh, isn't it supposed to? I could stay in the shop and stare at kitchen cabinet doors. They're gonna hang themselves.
Check out how dirty that. Glad I took that off. Wanted to ask you.
You're gonna clean up your battery cables.
I wanted to ask you, if we clean this, can you solder a wire connection onto another one onto this?
I've done it.
Can you do that? Because this isn't even as big as we're supposed to be using. And then we can use this littler one for the fan.
I've done that, and if you slide a big piece of shrink up over it, it'll even look good.
You think you could do that for us?
Yeah, I can. I don't know if I'll do it right now, but yeah, I guess maybe that's what you
Right
want.
now, right now. How about now?
Okay, how hard is it to set up my torch? I need that.
I thought you were going to use the soldering iron.
No. Never gonna get that hot enough. I need my propane torch and oxygen and all that. It's all like, it's over there somewhere. What is your favorite make and size of engine? Who are you asking, us? Kim. Well, lately it seems like it's been 225 slant sixes. She seems to just keep buying them.
That's what everything we have is made from, but I have a 360 and a 318.
My favorite over the years, just because I kind of had them and they worked well, was 351 Windsor Fords.
Blasphemy! I don't want to hear about no Fords.
Can you hear her?
Wait. Here's a fun one. Subaru. Yeah, I love me a Subaru.
You know why she likes Subarus? Because she gets to keep taking it apart and fixing
I
it.
get keep
Put it back
taking
together.
Son of a bitch blows up every.
Barrow says 430 MEL Super Marauder with. I don't like those engines. Those are the ones that have the integral, whatever, hydraulic pump. I don't know. I guess the 462 did. Did the 430 have that as well? I don't know. Those are big, huge. I mean, they're like a weight. I like the FE engines much better. But it's been a long time since I had a FE. So they're hard to find now. Yeah, Tim, you need somebody to help. Somebody to, we do. I did that short. These little cheap walkie-talkies. And you get two of these, they don't have any range, but they're perfect between a couple of vehicles. And you get somebody to pull it out, Barrows is laughing about the Subaru.
He saw the Subaru videos, didn't he?
Oh, did you see the Subaru videos? Well, she worked hard. She got good taking the engine in and out.
Oh, stupid Subaru.
As far my favorite motor to work on has been my Pontiac 400. Yeah, Pontiacs, I didn't work on Pontiacs much. Mostly because I never had to. They always worked. So I guess that's a good thing. And right now, I like small block Chevys, which I never liked when I was a kid, because that's what everybody had, so I had to be different. But now I like them because there's so much available. Bell housing's interchangeable with everything over all those years.
Small box Chevy, unsubscribe.
They're just a nice thing, but and they're cheap.
like you anymore. Who are you?
Whoop-de-doo for my Subaru. KJ Kylie goes, whoop-de-doo for my Subaru. Really going to, Tim says, really going to have to get help when I put that new motor in. Then I could connect everything myself. Olds 425 big block. You know what I didn't like about those? Is the Pontiac Trans Ams had Pontiacs in them. And one day, I had one in the shop, and opened the hood. I got, what's this? And it was a 455 Olds. Oh, you said 425. You know, the 425s were what was in the original, Olds Tornados. I really like those things. And I helped a guy put a 425 Olds. Well, I did the cooling system. It's a 425 Olds in a Corvair with the Tornado drivetrain sitting right over the, you know, where the rear axle goes through, and that was a fun car. Chevy 327 small journal. Man, I had a 350 that had small journals. Tell me about that. If you're a small block Chevy guy, what? Tell me about that. For a budget build, because I had never seen another one. For a budget build that you want to play around with, it's hard to beat a small block Chevy. I've got one over in the corner. I've got manifolds. I got stuff, you know. And the stuff I got is, most of it's just donated to me or I bought for next to nothing, you know. I mean, the engine, I have some money in it, but not that much. I'm about to start liking small block Chevys for the price. Big block Chevys and Pontiac motor parts cost more. Yeah, and like the small block Chevys, you know, you can go on eBay and find manifolds. You just have stuff all over. I mean, used stuff. You don't look at the new stuff. Dr. Go, my wife was really a big help putting in her motor and her transmission. I couldn't have done it without her. Yep, that air cylinder on the engine place was great. Really? It didn't go like whoop, 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 whoop like this. It was like smooth. I want to know how that worked. 351 Cleveland. I have a bunch of them. I had one Cleveland, but it was a 2-barrel Cleveland that I didn't do anything to it. It was a smog engine. I just pulled my Windsor out, and I needed an engine to keep so I could keep driving the car. And I just stuck the Cleveland in there same day and drove it around with 2-barrel on it for a while. But I don't know what happened to that engine. I don't know what happened to it. Wish I still had it.
A long time ago.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff I had like many, many years ago. And I moved all over the country, and a lot of that stuff just went away. Small Journal 327 and spin it tight. That's what my Cougar, my Mercury Cougar had a small, you know, of course, Small Journal 327. It started off life as a 365 horse 327, then I did all that stuff to it. Now everyone is hooked on LS swaps. You can pick up small block Chevys for next to nothing running and yep. I have no problem doing that. I don't really want any LSs because everybody wants them, and they do have some. There's some downsides to them. Let's see. Time for bed. Tenant Dreams Garage. Time for bed. Great channel.
Thanks
Love
for
the
being
random
here,
live
Dennis
streams
Dreams.
and enjoy the conversations. Thank y'all. Thanks for coming in here, Den of Dreams Garage. Take care. Have a good night.
That's all right. We'll pick up the slack while you're gone, then, to Dreams. Second shift got your back.
Second shift. Yeah, that's us right now. I really liked the LS at first, but, you know,
I mean, there's a lot going.
there's just so many people doing LSs, and I'm like, and then everything got expensive. You know?
It gets expensive. It all gets expensive, but
Let's see, I missed something here. Dr. Go says, I hear your wife liked to get greasy. Is a gearhead and didn't mind wrenching and torquing stuff down. She took ownership on helping, so I ain't unfortunate. Yep. Chewy. Paul says people are LS swapping it. Yep. Yeah. I don't know what Kim's doing over there.
you just... Well, I'm setting up a workspace. I'm sorry for
Set
being
up a
in your way.
workspace.
Am I in your way?
God. The LS is a great platform, but it ruins the look in pre-70s car truck. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think the LS is a very good looking engine, but I mean, looks are just function,
I
But
mean, you could dress it up.
but it's just it's just I don't know. I guess it belongs where it belongs, I know I've driven late model Corvettes, like everything. I haven't driven a C8 yet, but I've driven all the others. So all the newer ones I've driven had the LSs in them, and they were fast, they were fun. But working on them is a whole new thing, I stick with the 350. This is that Tim says I stick with the 350s. Always had good luck with them. LS has had too much electronics for me.
Well, yeah, you immediately get into a big old computer conglomeration with an LS.
LS run forever when properly maintained. Excuse me, I'm yawning over here. But yeah, that's just I don't have one thing here that's LS, so I'd have to start fresh and learn the engines and I got small blocks around here, small block Chevys. We got enough slant fixes to start a slant six shop.
Yeah, we're gonna do sixes.
And Kim's got
Which
LA's.
did you say you need?
You're bringing or just bringing the Dart, not bringing the Valiant. Okay.
Which torch did you say that you needed?
My little one that has the little crook neck like this that has the it's on the end of. Okay, I'm gonna have to leave and walk over there.
What tank's it up to?
It hooks to the propane tank and to the you have to pull the oxygen. What is there? Drill press. I just knocked my head on the drill press. That didn't feel good.
All right, go ahead and check it out. I'll
walk over there with me so you know what you're doing, so we know what we're doing. Okay, we got to take a walk here, so we'll try to talk about that. There's that propane bottle right there. There's that. Oh, that's that torch. Is there a torch on that? Bunch of battery full stuff. I think those up there. Settling its weight. So if it's a little torch, up there, but I can't see it.
This is my assembly.
Oh, that's the wrong thing.
Okay. What's the right thing?
Right here.
Yeah.
That's it.
What about the regulator? Is that the same one?
I think the regulator might be on the gas.
What? Oh, no.
Okay. And then the oxygen gets hooked to. You gotta unscrew it from this bottle.
But you need oxygen too.
Yeah, it's oxygen and propane. It's much cooler than well, if propane's cool, it's much cooler than acetylene, but it's much hotter than like a propane torch. Okay, let's see. Where am I? It's run forever. So you're bringing we put up a Blue Grip. We put up a poll asking everybody what car we should bring, and an overwhelming majority said bring the Dart. So the Dart, because we can't take both. I'm gonna drive one vehicle and Kim's gonna drive the other one. She'll probably drive the Dart, and I'll probably take her van. So we have some tools, and van is, van's a good, reliable vehicle. We know everything will be okay. The Dart, everything's pretty fresh. We'll try to get some miles on it around here in the next week or so. Barrows in my world, plastic and tiny 20 gauge wires are a sin that's hard to overcome. That's the stuff you use for the signal wires. I bet with unlimited time and money, so many people on here have talent to build and figure out just about any project they could imagine. I used to like watching that Junkyard Wars. You have to use a standalone computer. All the rod and custom shops are stuffing LS motors into everything you have. Yeah, because they're light and they're learned about them. But then I watched somebody like, what's his name? Levi, anyway. He, he's been to No Name 2 years in a row and broken, And the first year he broke, well, his transmission broke. Second year he had bent rods or something, and it's just, and right now he's pulling his engine apart again, this close to No Name Nationals. He's got problems, So they're, he's getting up in that 1,000 horsepower range. So, he's starting to have failures. I like watching Roadkill Garage. Phil Sitch is really talented at most of all the systems on a vehicle. They need helmet cam too.
If I leave this oxygen bottle over here and just run the hose, will you be okay with that, or do I need to pull the bottle out?
No. As long as the torch reaches, I don't care where the bottle is.
Well,
the bottle could be in Kentucky. I don't care.
Well, you might care that the regulator's over there, and you're not.
No, it'll be fine. I'll just bleed out whatever's in the hose. The length of the hose isn't going to change. It's just coiled up, so it doesn't really matter. Roots blow, 5.3 LS swap, 1968 Chevy C10, painted satin black. It was stupid quick. Got no action at cruises and shows compared to the other rats. So we traded for a 28 Wise. Best LS swap we ever did. Swapped it, bone stock 28 Willys Whippet coupe with a flathead 4-cylinder. There you go. The new generation of gearheads will not run old technology. They don't understand how a carburetor works. Oh man, that's on Kim. Well, I don't know how many of you were here. Probably a lot of you when Kim got that. What was that little Dodge pickup you had? Oh, the Dakota running.
Yeah.
It had a fire, so it had all this big bundle of wires that were all loose and everything, and then somebody tried to fix it, and of course they messed it all up. So she made it.
The Dakota was never on fire.
Oh, I thought oh no, that was the other one.
That was the Bronco.
That was the Bronco. Okay, so somebody tried to fix it and just made it.
They were trying to fix the fuel pump from under the hood, and guess what? It didn't work.
And anyway, they made a mess out of it. So she made an adapter just out of sheet metal, welded up to put a carburetor on where the throttle body had been, and then she got a distributor from a Volkswagen. We had to modify it a little bit, not much, and it had points in it. So there's that Dakota sitting there with a 4-cylinder, 2.5 4-cylinder in it. Never had a carburetor. It started first crank, started right up. We did that on a live, and it fired up on the first crank, and then it had noises in it, and I thought the lifters were collapsed, but Barrows seemed to think maybe the cam timing was off, and he was right. Cam timing was off by a tooth, and Kim changed that right there on the live, and it ran quietly after that. So the valves were just touching the pistons and making noise. Oh man, was that a lucky one. It was only off by one tooth. So, but anyway, the deal is you put a carburetor and a points distributor in an engine that was never meant to have it.
They sell a kit to make an LS have a distributor.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah, they use a 351 distributor.
A Ford distributor? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I've never seen it myself, but I've asked them on the AHRA. They do know about that stuff.
But anyway, you know, there's things I wanted to put LSs in because they're light. They got a lot of power, but I haven't done anything else. Back in the day, if you wanted something light, use small block Ford, you know. Barrows to the rescue, Dr. Barrows. Man, he diagnosed that on a live. I was just, I'm thinking like, I didn't even think of that. You know, it sounded like lifters collapsed or something. And the engine had been sitting forever, so we just thought, you know, I had any oil pressure for a while. Sounded like an oil pressure problem. But, man, he swooped right in on that one. Of course, we checked it. Kim slid underneath and went, oh yeah, it's off by a tube. Well, it had a new timing belt on it, so we knew somebody had been there. You know, and that's when that mistake's going to be made. Somebody that doesn't know what they're doing messed it up. The LS conversion kit is beyond expensive. It was for NASCAR. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll tell you another engine. You mentioned NASCAR. Toyotas run pretty strong there. And we had a Toyota truck out at the test site that we had an apparatus on it to launch an airplane on top of it. And, you know, we had a speed limit on the flight line of like 5 miles an hour or something. But in that truck, we were allowed to go as fast as the truck could go down the runway. And I used to drive that thing, and it was pretty quick. And I kind of liked that. I mean, I don't know if I liked the engine. I liked the way it performed. So, Tommy Hanlon, time for tea. No computers on my Demon or 60 or my 86 Chevy. I'll stick with carbs. They're not fire breathers, but they're fun. Can't wait to see how the new 350 runs in the truck. You know, you can make carburetors run just fine. Yeah, what's going on here? We gotta hurry. We got some kind of time to restart. Some kind of thing just popped up.
Oh, that's not good. Why was it one restart?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It needs not now. I guess I could push not now.
Yes, but not now.
What was that all about?
It just keeps doing updates.
Oh, jeez. Oh, it's doing an update and wants to restart the computer.
Yeah, more streaming, please.
No.
Yeah, right. No.
This big old blue thing comes up on top of the chat. And I'm like, what? I'm not even thinking about a new computer sitting there. All it takes is lots of money and time. Yeah, Paul, you're right. And that's kind of why I like the small block Chevys now. You know, like Uncle Tony gave me a manifold, and he didn't have any use for that manifold. Small block Chevy. What's he do with small block Chevys? But it's a really good manifold. And he just gave it to me. You know, that's the kind of stuff that I like.
Junk.
Chevys are junk. I don't know about that.
I'm just saying stuff.
I would love to buy this Barrows. I'd love to buy an abandoned paved airfield. The ultimate in test and tune in your backyard. Man, there's some of those around. I don't know what they probably cost you so much. Speaking of watching videos, we posted 2 shorts the same day. One was on the 70 Hemi Cuda 4-speed for sale. The other short was using underwear to cover a license plate. The underwear got more views. I can never predict on shorts. I'll do some short and I'll put it up. I go, this is lame, and it'll get like 10,000 views. Like, why? Why did this happen? And then I'll put one up that's like that I think's pretty good. You know, get like 60 views. You know, like what the hell? Hope I don't get one of those warnings on my pacemaker. Oh yeah, you got ready for restart, and you got a pacemaker. You still have to stay away from microwaves. That was a big deal back many years ago, staying away from microwave ovens with a pacemaker.
We got installed microwave ovens. Custom kitchen, the liquor red. Not movie.
I don't know if they can hear you. Kim's back there singing in the background.
We got the movies, color TVs.
I don't see. You know what I see, Kim? I see no sound. We have no sound.
No sound.
I just looked down there to see if they could hear you, and there's no.
Oh, you know what? It's hidden. It's just hidden. It's
You hid the sound?
I didn't intend to. There.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so maybe they can hear you back there.
We got to install microwave ovens.
Memory serves, the B-52 Airstream. You're being obnoxious. It's like 6 miles long, so the uploaded bombers can take off. Most of those runways are 11,000 feet or 12,000 feet. One after another, facing over the polar ice cap. It's a shortcut. I knew a guy, he said he spent most of his life over the polar ice cap in a B-52. Oh yeah, Barrows can hear you. You're over there singing.
My island for a damn piece of primary wire. What the heck?
Well, we got spools of it up here. Hanging on the wall right here.
They're little. This is big.
Little, you want big ones.
It's big. Gotta get the right size. What can I
What do you want, like 4 gauge or something?
It's pretty big. I'll show you.
8 gauge wire?
I'll show you.
I don't know what I have here.
Well, why?
I know I had some stuff like that. 4 is really heavy. 8 is probably adequate for anything. Shouldn't MIG weld with a pacemaker either. Oh man, I hope I never get a pacemaker. I won't be able to weld. I can't talk while Kim's singing. You think we have some 4 gauge wire?
I'm thinking I might need to go out and rob some off of one of the cars out there.
We'll have to,
The
we have
blue
a
truck.
we have a junk pile outside.
The blue truck won't miss it. I wish I could take you guys with me. That'd be fun.
The you did a outdoor nighttime short one time, or video. And I was in
I'll be back in a minute, guys. I gotta see if I can find some of this wire.
oh, you need something longer than this?
That piece of wire is not quite long enough.
Oh, I see.
So I gotta extend it or something. Oh,
She did a video while I was in Oregon and sent it to me, and I put it up, and it was nighttime going out, getting parts off cars. And that video didn't go well. It didn't do well. That song is almost 30 years old. Yeah, she was singing that one night. Terry Mott, good evening. Haven't seen you in here yet. So she came home. Oh, I could hear. She was singing on little walkie-talkies. So she came in. I had it blasting on a stereo when she walked in. I said, I didn't know you liked that kind of music. Had everything on they did. Let's see here. Wrap yourself in aluminum foil. You'll be fine. Oh, that'll look good. Then I got to go down the street to get some parts or something, and I'll walk in the store with wrapped in aluminum foil. Back when I first started YouTube, this is Barrows, I got a copyright claim on a video that I was whistling on. What? I have no idea what song it was. I was just whistling. Well, did you talk to YouTube about it, or did they take it, or did they leave it like that? That's terrible. That's just some troll. Decided it was their song. We had a welder at work. We got a pacemaker, and they had to switch his job to something else. Welder hasn't bothered me yet. Ooh, well, let's hope it doesn't. The link to Blue Grit's place. Thank you. You could wear a lead apron. Man, do they still do that in the dentist office? I haven't had a dental x-ray in a while. Used to put a big lead thing over you. But those, the new x-ray machines are like really fine things. They're not big old black things that send x-ray all over the room. And the last x-rays I had, there were people standing right there. I was in an emergency room. Company's insurance company mandated it. Yep. I believe it. She handed me a piece of what looks to me like about 8 gauge, and it's not long enough. I don't know what this is for. I don't know what function it has. All I know is it's not long enough. Harry, how you doing? Kim went outside, Eric, to get, she's stealing wire off one of the dead vehicles out there. She needs a piece of, I guess this is 8 gauge. She's got some project going here on the Dart, not Valiant, Dart. Still use lead blankets, dentists, and hospital x-rays. You know, I had an x-ray, series x-rays in a hospital, and they didn't do anything like that. I don't think of what that was for. I think that was in Yuma. That was like a week after I got run over by the Studebaker, and I started bleeding again, and I thought they weren't sure. They thought I had some kind of internal bleeding, but I didn't. It was just some blood that had worked its way to the surface. Made a bruise about this big, that was about the size of a football. It's like, uh-oh, I think I got something leaking inside. But I didn't.
I don't know what to do. I don't know where to wire.
Oh, you don't have any more 8 gauge?
Nothing that big.
Need a wire stretcher.
Yeah. Where's the wire stripper?
Tim says I got a nice welder earlier this year. Barrow suggested it.
It's a big deal.
Barrow suggested I think he did a video on that welder. What welder was it? Dr. Ghost says I've had over 100 x-rays in my life. When you fly at high altitude, I guess you get some exposure. I've done some of that. Let's see. Brother Aries' place. Yep. Good. Thank you, Barrows. I'm trying to think, Kim, where I have some. I used to use.
I can't believe I've taken all these cars apart. I don't have any.
I used to use 8 gauge or something. And I can't remember ever having a roll of it. You know, I may have. You know, up there where there's those toolboxes and it's crap. All that electrical crap up there. I think there might be a small roll of something pretty thick up there.
Okay.
In one of those.
You guys keeping him in line?
Not really. I have so much wire scrap from digging through Rivian trash. Oh, that's what we need. We need Rivian dumpsters.
Rivian dumpsters.
You just bring the dumpsters here and we collect all the wires. Dr. Go, do you have a glowing complexion? What's going on, Ari? Is he finally done with you, or are you still stuck 5 feet from the sun? Man, I miss Arizona. Still cooking over here. I don't mind the desert, though. I'm here till Friday morning. Oh man, did you get to go to the car show at the pavilions? I hope you went to the pavilions on Saturday. Gonna buy another truck with it. Mean little green machine. That was by far the best thing I ever bought from. Oh, it's a Harbor Freight. Kim's got a green machine welder.
It's a good one.
Hers is a I think it does a lot, but hers is set up right now for doing
Make
what is that stuff? No,
flex.
flux core.
Yeah.
Yeah, and mine's set up for MIG, and hers is set up for flux core. I did not. I was hurting on Saturdays. I think I ate something bad last time. It's a titanium unlimited 200. What's yours, Kim?
Something close to that. It is a titanium unlimited 140.
Hers is a titanium unlimited 140. Oh, that's you can plug it into 110. Wait a minute. That thing also plugs into 220?
It does both.
Does both. Oh yeah, if it's a 200, that's that'll probably weld anything. Just about. You know, I used to use a big Miller,
And we worn out by the time we start working.
big old Miller machine that was a 350 amp machine. I don't think I ever had it turned up anywhere close to that. Probably the highest I ever had it was like 170 or 180, something like that. Those Harbor Freight welders are better than the Lincolns. You know, I had a Lincoln MIG, and that thing gave me so much trouble year after year after year, so much trouble. And I finally bought the Hobart. Man, all of a sudden I could weld. And I knew a guy wanted that Lincoln, and he bought it from me. I think I gave it to him like for $50. I did. I let him have it for $50, so I don't know how he did with it. But I struggled with that welder. And it was a 100 amp Lincoln, 110 plug-in to the wall welder. But this one's 110 volt, but it's a 140, and man, this thing will weld up a storm. You got to be careful if you're doing a lot of having it cranked up all the way.
Yeah, you gotta take breaks.
Because
Duty cycle.
the duty cycle, yeah. But I mean, for what we do, we can reach that. Maybe on the rear end we did.
Yeah, you were.
On the rear end, I paused and waited a little
I
bit.
made you wait
Yep.
because I was worried about the machine. Slowing you down, trying to take breaks.
Yep, the Lincoln was finicky, and that's I'd even put it a little stronger than that. And I don't know why, because all I'd ever heard was good about Lincoln, and I lived in Ohio, really close to the Lincoln place and Lincoln factory and everything, so I bought something locally, and I was pretty disappointed with it. I bought mine, pulled it out of the box, and built my backhoe with it. 4 12-hour days of hardcore welding, and it didn't skip a beat or pop the duty cycle. Yeah, that's good stuff. I don't know, it's up there.
Something else.
Oh,
Something
something.
unrelated that I found. I was like, oh, I knew that.
Did you find any? Did you find that? I'm thinking there's a roll of 8 gauge or 10 gauge wire that's like red or something. Little roll of primary wire.
You know what I did find?
That looks like different size sprockets for the mini bike. It sure is. She was doing wiring on the Dart. Now she's hot rodding a mini bike.
Found the parts. Oh, and I have a guy who might be able to put the windshield, replace the windshield in this car.
Oh,
You
see
said
the guy that you got the 6 from?
No. See, I got the different sizes.
Well, I can see him.
All the different sizes. The gear ratios. Goes up here on the way.
Blue Grits headed out of here. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Leaving when we really need you.
Man, you're snarky tonight.
I'm trying to keep the wire, but I can't find it. It's making me work. Everything's in my way.
Having the gas bottle on this welder makes a difference. Yeah, I like welding with gas, and that's just how I am. Mine's
Plates.
MIG weld. I've used I've used flux core before, and it's kind of messy. What's good about flux core is you can go somewhere and use it without taking a bottle with you. You know, it's pretty nice. The JI case was the biggest rat rod I ever built. When they are that big, I guess you call them cat rods. And then have them just in case. Yeah, that's what we have it, just in case. Jim has it just in case. Don't you? You don't even know what they're talking about anymore. You're lost in space.
I'm trying to find a flyer. Oh, look what I found. Now that we don't need it anymore, look what I found. Show.
Anchors. Anchors. Kim found me some other anchors, and I have this hook on my wall in the bedroom. She comes in, pulls something off of it, rips the anchor right out of the wall. I ripped up the hooks right out of the wall. It's like, what are you doing? Because I know it's screwed into drywall with, little screws. So she got me some anchors, and I pushed them in and screwed it in. Now it's really solid. She probably hang on it now. Don't hang on those hooks.
Okay, I will.
Tim said I had a little cheap 90 amp flux core welder from Harbor Freight. I wasn't very good with it. Yeah, it's because 90 amp probably. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is good stuff. Three-quarter inch. Heat shrink. So that's gluey stuff on the inside.
Can we use these old jumper cables?
I don't know. It might be kind of like the other. Look at all this stuff. What's in that? Oh no, I know what that is. This is some of this. So when I did my trailer, put all the lights on the trailer. So I doubt there's the safety wire I was looking for right there, I think. Nope. What size is this?
Probably wrong one.
I'll have to measure it. It sure looks like 20, but I think it's a little bigger than 20. It might be 22 or something. One of those odd size safety wires. So the reason I despise TIG, that and all the stuff I weld, it's repurposed dirty stuff. Yeah, I have a TIG welder. I hardly use it. And my left hand's pretty shaky sometimes. Pretty shaky often. And TIG, you gotta be really, you can't be dipping the tungsten in the puddle and stuff. And it's sad. I guess at one time it was a good thing.
So we can't use that. Nothing here is.
There's a big old black spider walking around in there. You just screw his home.
Yeah, that's a good. That one looks like a fight. So.
Okay, can you come over here and be an entertainer for a few minutes? No. I like TIG for break. I have never done any brazing with the TIG. Oh man, I want to try that, but I always wanted to try that, but I never did. By the time I started learning about that, I was too shaky. If I rest my wrist, I don't shake. But if I'm like leave my arm cantilevered out like this, my hand will get a little shaky on the end. So I suppose if I could find some way to rest, I don't know. Silicon bronze and the TIG is so great. Really?
I didn't look at the.
I have not. Whoops. I don't know what Dr. Phil saying.
Okay,
I'm gonna go look, talking about welding, brazing, all this kind of cool stuff,
Yeah, and you're walking.
and I'm gonna go walk.
See what you can find.
I'm gonna go walk.
Okay, just watch your. I'm gonna have to pad the bottom of the. I'm gonna give you something so your wheels can't go over that far. All right, everybody. I just did the round and round and round and round and round in circles thing. Man. Woo! This is a big garage. There's lots of stuff.
It's a small garage, but
Yeah, it's a small garage. No, it's a big garage and lots of stuff. And I know there's a bin somewhere of disassembled parts that's got, like, you know, all the wires. I can't. Hey, Ari, I didn't hear you come in. What's that? The size I gave you, hon. This size. This runs everything in the car. Everything in the passenger compartment. That's why it's the size it is. So I'd like to stay similar in size. It's pretty big. What about that green wire we bought for your ground for your antenna? What size? That's single strand. No, that was multi-stranded. Here's the wire to compare it to. We're trying to wire things up. I didn't find any wire, Ari. I found lots of wire, but nothing that's big enough to... Because it's the main wire. There's a red wire that goes to the starter. And then the black wire goes to the main junction, and that powers everything in the car. So I don't want to... It was already downsized. It's not supposed to be. I want it to be... But it's too short. It was like cut off. So it needs to be lengthened and then reconnected with solder, not a crimp connector.
Well, this will work. And we could buy more of this if we need it for a ground.
Is it the right size?
It's bigger.
It's bigger?
It's bigger, but it's kind of, these are
We
kind of...
really only need to add a foot to that. Can we
And
rob a foot out of
And
there?
it's bright green. It looks like hell.
Well, we could spray paint it. Oh, just cover the whole thing with black shrinking.
It is stiffer than this.
Just cover the whole thing with black shrink.
But you're right, it is multi-stranded wire. I was thinking it's a single strand stuff.
Yeah, we need another, really only like a foot.
Okay, well, do we have any black tape, man?
The black tape is hanging up on the wall.
Doesn't matter, as long as I have something. There's two pieces.
Barrows, thank you for putting up a link to One-Eyed Cats.
Oh, One-Eyed Cat's here?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Mrs. One-Eyed Cat.
Welcome to the stream, Mrs. One-Eyed Cat.
I see somebody, I don't see her, but I see somebody saying hi, Win. Oh, there it is, Mrs. One-Eyed Cat. I do see it. My mind
just run 4 gauge. Yeah. That seems like
that might be what this is.
Is that 4?
I don't know. I'm trying to...
It's pretty heavy stuff.
I can't take my glasses off so I can see. I used to have to put glasses on so I could see. It's an age thing.
Did you tell them about the Slim Jim? I wanted him to make a short with the Slim Jim, and he said I didn't think that was a good idea.
I think people think differently about Slim Jims now than they used to, because used to be I was driving a tow truck and it was a tool we used, you know. Now I think if you had a Slim Jim and a police stopped you, you'd probably end up locked up somewhere because they'd think you were a thief. I might get demonetized or something, like Barrows. He's whistling in the shop and
they gave him copyright strike.
got a copyright strike, and he goes, he wasn't even whistling on a song, he was just whistling.
Don't whistle.
Just whistling.
I invented whistling, and anybody who whistles owes me a quarter.
And what I said was that was just some troll.
Man.
Man. wants it. Somebody's just making some stupid noise, and he wants to
Any noises.
collect money off
All
of it.
music is monetized now, unless it's officially free. Ah, garbage. No whistling. Right? The
It
rules.
has a tag on it, but it doesn't make any sense.
Here, I'll read. I'm sure it says right on the side of
It's
the
some
wire.
5-digit. I'm reading. Okay, you read.
Yeah, that's just the.
The part number,
Yeah.
stock number, something. See, I'm sitting over here.
6 AWG.
It's 6 gauge. That makes
Gauge
sense.
11.
That doesn't make sense.
Volt, 600 volts, grade 2. Yeah. Okay, so it's 6 AWG.
It's not automotive wire. That's for a house. It's
Yeah.
It's multi-strand.
Yeah, but it's good and heavy.
Okay, go figure out what you want to do, and we'll put it together. I'll solder it together, and we can shrink tube over it.
Well, we gotta put the shrink tube on first.
What is this?
That's the wire that we're gonna add to. We'll make
Oh,
that
that shrink
long.
tube's not big enough.
Why not?
Well, because by the time I solder that'll never go over there.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I can see that. Yeah, go down in that box where the spider is and find another. That might be too big. I don't know. It might shrink enough. You know where I got that? I got that. Yeah, look at that bag. Does that have? No, that might be too small.
The same size as this, I think.
What does that say on? Is that the sticky stuff? That's sticky in it?
This is, but that ain't.
See that? I bought that at SWS in Yuma, or not in Yuma, in Tucson. Yeah, let's try it. That'll probably shrink down. That's really good stuff. Oh, you're gonna do the whole thing? Okay.
You said you didn't want it to be
Sure,
green.
sure. We'll do the whole thing. Think that's
Solid
long?
core is no bueno in automotive.
It's not solid.
Yeah, this is
It's just a little stiff, but that might be just because of its.
Well, that's not exactly
6 gauge, yeah. But it's definitely multi-strand. Okay, and I'll solder it. And
What do you want to use to strip that wire?
this.
Yeah.
Strip it. Oh, I want to take this home with me too.
Yeah, a strike and a claim are a big difference.
Looking for my strippers. Where are they? They're not in the drawer.
Sure they are.
Nope, they're up on top of the toolbox.
Well, that's what I meant to say.
Where is the, the other part of this? The thing that
Yeah.
I want to take that home.
Okay, I'll put it. I'll get it. But
Okay.
I'm not getting up for a minute.
I want to see.
I ran myself stupid. I'm exhausted and sweaty, and I need a little break.
And this is a problem. See, that's already messed up right there. We got to cut it off shorter already.
They'll be shrink tubing over it.
Yeah, but is it going to be long enough?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me cut this. We got a pair of cutters here.
You're gonna cut it shorter.
There's a big gouge in it.
Well, the shrink tube will cover that.
Is there any wire left?
It's not even gouged into the wire.
Sure looks like it is.
Okay, I better cut it.
Looks
Where's
like
the
it's
cutters?
gouged. I don't know. It looks like it's gouged like almost all the way through the wire.
Man. I'm about to buy more wire. This is the longest, stupid.
Johnny Yuma the rebel. Johnny Rebel. Let's see. Can't tell you how many headlight crossovers do because farmers would use Romex. Oh man. Yeah, Kim, what was the one you bought a trailer? Remember that? The guy wired the taillights for you that day.
Oh, yeah.
And he used Romex or something, yeah.
That guy was a real winner, huh?
That guy was a hacker. But she got her trailer from him. Oh, this is not going to tin up nicely. Ooh. Okay.
Where did you get that meter from?
It was in the third drawer down in this toolbox with all the drawer that has all the electrical stuff in it. But that thing, what I can't remember what you call that thing, wasn't in there. And now you took the cutter away. You walked away from this project. So I'm standing still now. Paul's taking off. Good night. Robert Owen. Solid test for you. I've been watching on this 82 D150/6. I've been working on. I'm trying to see it from way over here. Maybe you can read that. Robert Owen. I can't. I'm just far enough away. I'm not making sense out of it.
Will it work for your 82 Dodge? So, Robert, it will interchange dimensionally, but it will not connect to the smog stuff. So, what type of smog stuff are you required by your state to run? And I will tell you if you can do it with the
What are you doing?
nothing. Why? What's going on?
Oh,
I'm reading chat.
Oh, okay. I thought, but I see you sitting there peeling a wire back. I didn't know why you're.
I was looking at how damaged this wire with the cut in it is.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
Glad we cut that part out.
Yeah, okay. How long do you want this piece?
Well, we need to make up for this piece of cut out wire, and then.
And then. Is that enough? Ooh. And what are you gonna want on the end of there? I'll deal with that.
I want this slipped over it so that it's.
Okay, but. Alright, I know that. And then we'll terminate it at the end.
Yeah. Is it really early where it has the holes for the drool tubes? Or is it still a peanut style head? Honestly, an 82 Dodge didn't have a whole lot of smog stuff in most states. I mean, it really isn't gonna matter. Most people end up blocking off that smog stuff, or it blocks itself off with carbon after 10 years. So, but mechanically it will interchange. Well, hold on now, let me think now. An 82 Your 82 has hydraulic lifters, doesn't it? It's a hydraulic lifter motor. After 80, they started doing that. And I'm trying to imagine what that looks like. It has a different valve cover. It doesn't have adjustable rocker arms. It feeds the oil differently to... I don't think that does work. I think not because of the emission stuff, but because I think you have hydraulic lifters, and the lifters get oiled down through the pushrod tubes from the cylinder head. It's different. Somebody follow me on this. Does it look different, like the shape of the valve cover? Yeah, I think you're gonna have problems with your lifter. You cannot run the hydraulic lifter cam. The new one has adjustable rocker arms? Or the old one? Hey Ola, welcome to the stream. The later slant sixes are actually, they're not as strong as the early ones, but honestly they never needed to be that strong. And they're lighter. Well, yeah, Robert, why did Robert need a new cylinder head?
Jim, I have a question. You know the little finger things I have for holding wires? Is it here or is it in the house?
Is it in your soldering kit?
Oh, it could be in there. Okay, go ahead and shoot what you think.
Bottom end is all new. Robert, did you put a different camshaft in the engine? Is it a solid lifter cam or is it a hydraulic lifter cam? So I don't specifically know, man. I know there's differences. There's issues that we need to be sure of. Don't tell me she'd be good, Barrows. There's a problem with the hydraulic versus solid lifter conflagration. Oh, you know that it's solid lifters. Okay, so if you know that it is not the hydraulic lifters, then you can use any head you want, but you have to use the adjustable rocker arm. Yeah, rocker arms. And you'll be good. Landon Custom Classics, welcome to the stream. Landon tore the intake off his T-Bird today. Got the distributor loose, but it came out in about 5 pieces. Well, at least it came out. A distributor is better than a block. Aluminum smacked around the valve and ruined that area. That stinks. What do you think? Should I set the camera up? Show them what you're doing?
No, just you take care of that. I'll be done. I've got a lot of fiddling around here. No, don't put. Please don't.
Don't show them?
No.
All right. I'm going to move this out of the way. It's not going to use.
Just doing a bunch of monkeying around. I'm having trouble. You start videoing everything. I'm having trouble with.
Oh, he's mad over there. Madder than a hornet. Ho-ho! Landon, it's your lucky day.
And all the buckets have lights in them. Anything I can see.
There's a chair right here.
There. I'm here. There's no way to get it from there.
I'll go get you a bucket.
Really flustered.
Get winded.
I am really flustered with this thing.
We got this. We got this. Is there anything else you need? You have solder.
No, I'm not to that point. Not to that point.
There's a bucket.
Okay, that's all I need. Okay,
I can get you a tall one if you need
no,
it.
no, that's good. That's fine. Just go back to the
Okay, I'm coming back to the chat. We're not using any of the special fancy stuff yet, but we are learning how to use the new studio, and it is fancy. You know what? I'm gonna while he's doing that, I'm gonna show you more. Was anybody not here when I used the fancy camera earlier?
Where are all those blocks of wood?
Blocks of wood.
We have little blocks of 2x4, all those little blocks of things. They just fall.
I don't know. They're probably right in front of your face, but you just, since you're looking for them, hard to find. There is a big mess. I've been working all day.
Here's a block of wood.
All right.
It's just one that might work.
One's all it takes. All right. So, link to Landham's Customs Classics. Thank you, Bear Rose, for being so on the ball and helping promote our friends. Because I think we're all here because it's for community and friendliness. It's not because he and I are so famous or something like that. It is quite a bit of work getting all this electronic stuff to cooperate. It wants to, man. And if you buy the professional stuff, you better be ready to pony up some serious dough. It's expensive. Man. I'm doing it on the cheap. But you can only sub Landon if he agrees to buy this HEI distributor from my dad. Please help me. See? We do things for people here. See if this will go. Come on. Oh. Gotta press a button. Lots of buttons to press. Okay. Once that button's pressed, this button goes on. Once this button goes on, you hit skip. Now, how about now? I just dropped $600 on my new ignition setup. Oh, that sounds cool. What'd you get, Landon? What kind of system? I'm curious. I asked, so it ain't bragging. I asked, so it's different than bragging. It's just the answer into questions. I've got one of those. I've got a Summit one, but it was only about 200. But it only, it has its limits. It doesn't have a rev limiter on it. All right, here's the other camera. Let's see if you guys see it. It's hydraulic lifters. Would that work with the head I have? No. In order for, pardon the fact that there's no view, but I am here. Come on. How about now? Not so much, huh? Come on. That. No. Okay, I'm going back. Oh, it has a 5-inch LCD screen programmer with rev limiter and 2-step and all that. That's amazing. Okay, Robert Owen. In order for it to work with hydraulic lifters, you have to have the push rods that went with that cylinder head. and the rocker arm assembly that went with the hydraulic lifter head, because it's a different design and it feeds oil down through the push rods, through the rockers, through the push rods. So if you don't have those parts, it's really no good to you, because it will not run properly. Oh, you guys can't see me. I'm so sorry. There I am. Oh, I couldn't see me, but you could. Well, he wants fancy stuff. Sometimes you splurge and get something good. You know? We're worth it. But Robert, yeah, your only other choice is to put the new cam, or put a not hydraulic cam and solid lifters in. No, the rocker arm from your original, if they're adjustable rockers, they are not going to work. But if they were, okay, yeah, it would be. Well, what about the original push rods? Oh yeah, this is from when I was in film school. You didn't know about that, did ya? We don't talk about film school. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I plugged the into the outdoor. I tried to walk in through the outdoor with my raspberry beret. Raspberry beret. The kind you find in a second-hand store. Raspberry beret. I think shoot, I'm gonna get us monetized.
Just as long as you're not whistling.
Right. Okay, it might work now. Let's say El Gato. Dono gato, Mr. Roboto. Woo hoo hoo! Check that out. You can see all around now. Oh, I gotta get mine. I know, isn't that fancy schmancy? That's where all my money goes, right? Right, and let's add the woohoo! There I am. Check it out. There's the. Oh, it's big. Well, that's good. We can cut out the big red record thing. Not quite, huh? And then we can move me. Oh, no. Come on. Sorry, everybody. Move me down corner. Maybe make me a little bigger. Oh. Now I can show you everything. Show you more. Damage from a piston crown that came apart. So Robert, if you have the original push rods and the original rocker arm assembly and the older cylinder head, Does he need to enlarge the oiling for the... Oh, man. No, the hydraulic cam should have a full groove on the rear uh, oil journal. The fully rear bearing journal on the cam should have a full groove. So that should give you lots of oil up top. It should go together if you use the original hydraulics parts. It should work then. But it won't fit under the valve cover. I don't know why they changed the valve cover. Yeah, I think I'm with Bear Rose. It's like got my head spinning. I want to say that the reason that I'm concerned that they changed the valve cover on the later cylinder head, probably to accommodate some change to the valve train that isn't going to transfer over properly on an old head. I think it's risky. I think you may have some kind of... You may unintentionally invite failure. I'm sorry. The mounting holes are different. There you go. The rocker arm assembly don't fit. How much did you pay for it, Robert? Don't nobody tell Buck Del Campo I'm checking on him. What you doing over there?
This big stuff was soldering there.
Oh, I thought you were using the torch.
On this.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to attach wire to the big thing?
Okay. So this is what the setup looks like. There's the streaming computer. There's our keyboard and mouse. There's our microphone. There's our chat stream. And our open broadcast studio. Oh, it was hot today. Alright, I'm going back to the regular screen. I'm just trying to experiment, so when the time comes, when we're ready to do the thing, work. Say, look at this, it works. Haha, Ari shopping. AC. We have the AC on it. It's been on since mid-afternoon, and it's finally cooling off here now. Woo! Yeah, $200 for a rebuilt head is a very economical way to go. Mounting holes for the valve cover are different. I mean, if you can get a valve cover and everything else fits, then go for it.
See anymore. Tim, I need your help. Right.
Barrows, I actually paid for StreamYard, and we used it a couple of times, and it doesn't do the multi-camera thing for me like I want.
Want this attached to that?
Yeah.
This end.
No. Oh, to this?
Yeah.
Yes.
This end attached to that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Go back to what you're doing.
Do you have the shrink tubing?
I do.
Okay.
I don't know if I do, but I will.
Okay, I just didn't want you
Give
to
it to me or something.
put it together before the shrink tubing's on. Or
No, I know better than that. No, I know I have. I just want to make sure I fucking shit up the way you need it to go.
Yeah.
I'm not. Okay, go back to your strings. Not a problem.
They're good. They know how to take care of themselves. You don't want to show it though.
It's been a long time. Having a real hard time seeing. I'm struggling with eyes.
Okay.
Really struggling with eyes.
In that truck, Robert, a 318 would give you a lot more oomph, but you're also going to need a transmission because the bell housing on a slant 6 is different than the bell housing on a small block. So it does get expensive. You'll know if the hydraulic rockers and lifters don't work because it'll make all kind of noise. It'll clatter like crazy. Or if you were closer. I just bought another Slant 6 from a man here. It came out of a 67 Barracuda. It's got a reman tag on it. So, and it was a running engine when it was pulled last week. So, that's cool. Hot rods are expensive. You try and do it on a budget, but the cost creeps in. It's like unavoidable. I don't know why. Just can't entirely. All right, let me see if I can. Do we look more like people now? Yeah, that's right, Barrows. Every build is a budget build. You know? I mean, it's good to start with a budget. Well, the thing is, if you don't consider a budget before you start, you're a lot more likely to have a car that's in pieces for a long, long time. Because you tear it all apart and then you don't have the money. It's not good. You got to make sure you have the money to buy the parts you're going to need to get it back together. So it doesn't become... Oh, here's that piece of shrinky wrap that I was holding for you. And here. You all right?
I'm just struggling with it.
You're not like...
There's another big fat piece of shrink that you had. Big fat piece.
The red one?
No, it was black. It was like, Maybe it was red. Now we're gonna have red.
Why? Black won't fit.
But it's two pieces. It's two things. More than one thing.
All right.
Yep, it's gonna have some red.
All right, I'm okay with that. Miss One-Eyed Cat is lurking and eating, going to bed after I go to work. I gotta work tomorrow. Well, I understand. You know, the thing around here is the old Mopars get snatched up. People really like them. Like, they buy them to fix them up and sell them. They Mopar flippers.
Is that my strippers?
It is. Do you need them?
I need the strippers.
Here, can you take both just
Yes.
to get them off the desk?
Yes.
Thank you. Pharaohs, I'm telling you, you never stay in budget, but you at least try and be realistic with one. You know, there's all depending on how many times you've done something, you can more precisely budget for it. But there's always things that change the budget. What was I talking about? Before budget. The slant, assuming I didn't assemble anything backwards, is going to be quite the mill. Slants are pretty easy to get together, right? I guess if you put the pistons in backwards, you never know, something could go wrong. We pay the Mopar tax, that's right. Everybody thinks Mopars are worth $1 million around here. I mean, what's the alternative? Drive a Chevy? I don't know. I don't know if I can live with myself. I have to sleep at night, you know. I cannot buy a Rivian. Good luck with that. Finance it over the next 25 years. Dr. Go, yes, you have to stick to the plan if you want to stay in budget. Sometimes you find things and the budget changes. Tommy, thank you for telling everyone to hit the like button. They don't have to hit the like button. If they don't like me, they don't have to hit the button. Robert, Ari is way out west from you, so probably not practical to move a Slant 6 around to Raleigh. Then, what are we doing? Where are we talking about? I split the difference between my old Dodge and my Chevy pickup. I don't count the Harley. Best way to do a build is to start with a running driving car and do small things that can be done in a weekend. Put paint, shine to the very end. Barrows, that would be a nice way to go about it. But instead I start with this car I got from Tony. I mean, it did run and drive, but I've been working on it for a while. Harleys are medicine, so they don't count. That's probably true. You know, in the end, can't take any of it with you, money or cars. So make sure you can have a warm place to sleep at night.
Damn cords.
Yeah, you tell them about the cords.
Tripped over them. Tripped over them. Tripped over.
I know. Well, we don't even have any electrical outlets on this side of the garage.
Ripped stuff right off the table.
Careful.
Hot stuff.
Ooh.
Burn a hole in my soldering station.
Man, that upholstery work in the car. Did I show you guys the upholstery, what it looks like in the car? Is there anybody who hasn't seen the seats in the car? Because I don't want to... But I have the camera now. I could just aim it over there if you guys want to see it. It is amateurish. I'm not going to pretend like I did a phenomenal work. But I mean, it's way better than the hole in the seat. And I took some of the foam back out. I took it back out, took some foam out, put the cover back on, put it back in the car. And now when I sit down in, I don't hit my head. I know after that upholstery work that I will never look at a car with beat up, nasty looking seats the same ever again. It has been said that you never see a Harley parked in front of a psychiatric office. That's because you can't afford both.
Do you know where the heat gun is?
Bet it's in that cabinet, the wood cabinet. I could go grab it. Bear Rose congratulates me that I did a really good work for that first go and a standard sewing machine. Yeah, I worked that sewing machine pretty hard, and that old vinyl was pretty tough. What was the round plastic tube for? I'm not sure which round plastic tube, but... Oh, that's shrink. That's heat shrink for on wiring. And we're fixing some of the wiring on the car. You know, it's been patched together over the years, and we're soldering it and shrink wrapping it and doing it up nice because I want good connections so that I don't have any problems. All right. Did you find a heat gun?
Put it in this drawer. Like, not any. Giant red.
Could you use like this little torch?
No, I want my heat gun. It's a giant red thing.
I just moved everything in the garage. Everything got moved. Everything.
I'll keep looking.
Everything got moved. Did I mention it was everything? It's just... I just go outside for 10 minutes. 1,000 degrees out there. Shrink itself. Okay. Now I have to keep him moving. Sorry for walking away from the camera. Alright, let's turn this on. See if we can get to the scene where we had. Skip over that. That's a problem. Let's plug that for a moment. Plug that back in. Does it know? How about now? Okay. We'll just take this off. Sorry for the dizziness. Yep, this is gonna not work for garbage. This is not the way to do this. Here's the car. I'm gonna, did you find it? Where was it?
It's in that drawer, buried.
Well, that's what it looks like now. It used to look like it in the back. It was pretty tore up. It had holes in it and everything. I really don't like that bottom corner down there. It looks hideous. But you could sit on it. And I gotta take it. I had to be done so I could take it to Donate Nationals. Do. Oh, copyrights. Copyright. Alright. You guys can watch yourselves. How's that? I saw that mattress picture that you're talking about, Dr. Go. Tommy says, oh right, pool noodles to build the padding up. Yeah, I finally had to take the pool noodles out because they were too big around. So I used a piece of flat and it spread the load enough that it really did help. I know it sits a lot better than it did, and even if it doesn't look fantastic, that's got to be good enough. So that bench seat had left a lot to be desired. I don't think it was almost no labor. I think it was just done to be silliness. Yeah, pool noodles or pipe insulation. It's about the same kind of foam. I got him working and he's not happy about it. I guess I can turn this off. And I mean, you could get a brand new springs, like a mattress with. Dr. Go says likely right about the mattress being silliness, but would save me from sewing. Yeah, but a mattress? I mean, you just put a real seat cover over the mattress at that, but a mattress is going to be super thick. I think maybe you could make it work in a truck just because you have so much room. But like in this car, the seats have to kind of you sit way down. I had no idea how small this car really is. Bear Rose says 4 years ago I had my daughter in San Diego pick me up 2 dozen Mexican blankets for doing rat rod interiors. I've always liked that look. Yeah, yeah, I think it'll be good. He is soldering wires and doing shrink wrap on the primary wire that goes from the battery to there's like a main power relay for the whole car, and it was cut and spliced together with like a crimp connector, and I didn't like and it was smaller than the factory primary wire, so just putting it back together big with good soldering and shrink wrap and everything. I don't want my primary wire to be set up. Dr. Go, I think if they had been professionally sewn, that they would be perfect for this car. I really like them conceptually, but the the actual putting it together, falls short of my, you know, the fact that I'm very amateurish. It kind of shows. That's okay. It's not like a full restoration kind of car, and there's not holes in the seat now, so I'm okay with progress, not perfection. And there's a fusible link in that system, and yeah, no, it was just they replaced the wire that goes from the battery to the starter, but the original one also had a second wire that was primary for the cab, right? Well, they just cut that wire off of the old terminal and joined it to the new like battery post mount. But the little black wire that came off for the second accessories, much smaller than what was factory for this car. So they probably just use like a universal one. So we're repairing it. Because it was just put together haphazardly. And it was working. You're welcome, Robert. I hope we gave you some guidance and direction, and best of luck to you. Let us know how it goes. Once he has it where he's happy with it, he'll bring it over here and you guys can look at it. And we got a couple of Mexican blankets, and if I didn't have the time, I would have just thrown a blanket over it and sent it, but we had enough time that I thought I could do a good job. In my mind, I thought I could do better than I was actually able to do, but it's still big improvement. I don't know. It was kind of fun. I don't know if it was very good YouTube content. We're still trying to learn, like, what can we do that's good for people to feel entertained and inspired. It's definitely a learning curve to be with that YouTube, Dr. Go, yeah, being a perfectionist with my own car is probably incredibly detrimental, especially a car this old and of this particular like quality. Like, this was not a show quality car to begin with, and it I think that it was like a, a ho-hum restoration 25 years ago, maybe, on the car. And, when you're working with that to begin with, you have to let go of some perfectionism. And yes, hopefully once I'm sitting in the car, I will not even be looking at the seat, but it's comfortable now, so I won't think about it. I'll just enjoy the ride. And, um, speaking of looking out the windshield, I was talking to a man today about installing a new windshield because this one's very foggy. And, so I might be getting a new windshield here shortly. It would be nice to have a nice clear view. It's very vintage having the old foggy glass, but Bear Rose says Mopar wiring is nearly as freaky weird as AMC. In Mopar, they use the amp gauge as the interior main fusible link. AMC Jeep, they use the tachometer. And it's an expensive... They use the tachometer as the main fusible link. Ooh. Ooh, that's not so good. We tend to bypass the, like in the Valiant, we bypassed the amp gauge. Tim sent pics to Buff of the seats he had redone for his Demon. All right, they'll be in our, we probably won't get back to them until next Tuesday.
I don't have that capability up here.
Yeah, we don't have that here at the garage yet. We might get stuff like that eventually, but we're like building in stages. Today was a big jump from going from my laptop to going to 2 screens and different cameras and stuff like that. So just trying to add, things a little at a time and not overwhelm ourselves. I do have a little video where we took out the ammeter and then we just took a volt gauge and made it fit in the instrument cluster. And we took some time with it. It was winter and we were bored, so we were trying to clean things up, make it nice. Turned out good. As kids, most people had foggy windshields because so many people smoked and didn't clean the inside of the windshield. Secondhand smoke, baby. Yeah, I've had some cars where, cleaned the inside of the windows multiple times and the black smudge was still coming off it even though I wasn't smoking in the vehicle, because that stuff, it really makes a mess. It was commonplace for people to smoke all the time. It was a different time. Yeah, and once we have the primary wire fixed up, I'm going to put in a fuse and it will run the fan. I better check with him to make sure he is not overriding that. Hey, before you, that's been like that. They came out of my trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's lead solder.
I want this.
Okay, well, that's what you found. Before you shrink this, we need to connect the piece of wire to that.
Oh.
This piece of wire here.
You did tell me that. Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Well.
Yeah, you were kind of grouchy,
Don't mess with it right now.
You were kind of grouchy, and I didn't want to interrupt you, but I just thought of it. I didn't want you to get too far ahead of yourself. Windex with ammonia. Yeah. Tim, thank you for being here. Have a good night. Good luck with it. Go easy on that motor. It'll get done. Feed the puppy dog. Thanks for being here. Bear Rose rewires everything to the 73 GM wiring harness. Blasphemy! But I don't know. I usually just maintain what's there, but for a hot rod, I think, yeah, I would just pick something and go with it. I'm familiar with most of Mopar. Whatever the engine is, body, I don't know. I don't know what I do. I haven't done enough to know what works for me yet. I'll consider what you're saying. Tommy says, how many vehicles have been taken off the road for restoration and never get on the road again? A practical classic is great to see being used. Tommy, that's the origin of the basket case. People want it to be perfect. Perfect. I'm going to make it perfect. I'm going to make it fast, the fastest. I'm going to make it the best it's ever been. And that, I mean, it's great to have dreams, but if you've never done that, or if you don't have the shop for it. Uh-oh. Something bad happened.
Yeah, it's just the clamp slip. Clamp slip can change things, but it'll be okay.
You can get it. You can do it! Dr. Ghost says, when I was 20, my 62-year-old coworker would drive his 1963 split-window Corvette to gravel construction sites with all the stitching torn in his seats and the floor covered in cigar ashes. Man! Tim says, hard stuff is done for now, cleaning and painting for this weekend. All right, Tim. Sounds good. Eager to see the video of all that. Whatever you can take some progress, at least. My yard is full of other people's failed projects that I've picked up for next to nothing. Basket cases. Basket cases are hard work. Like you were saying earlier, Bear Rose, it's easier to start with a car that runs and drives. You start with somebody else's failed project. I mean, it's just a big bin of parts. You know, like it takes a lot of time, research, then you're buying parts. You don't know what's broken and what's not. I mean, even if it's your best friend, it's kind of hard to start with somebody else's stuff. I got that 300ZX for nothing. They gave it to me. Just take it away. But I don't have... There's probably a coffee can somewhere with all the nuts and bolts to put it back together, and I don't have it. So just that hardware could cost me hundreds of dollars. But there's a lot of good parts on that car. And then what else did I get that's a basket case? Oh, that Dakota that we got running, that was a basket case. They had cut into the wiring. They taken the fuel. They had no idea what they were doing. They started taking things apart, but that wasn't really like a restoration mistake. That was just they didn't have a lot of money in it. And I think.
What about the Subaru?
The Subaru was the same thing. They put a timing belt in wrong.
The timing belt in wrong, and then the valves and the pistons off.
Yeah, and then it just didn't want to run. They broke it with the timing belt wrong, and they gave up. I traded a motorcycle for that car. I don't know. The motorcycle at least ran. I could take a break. Are you guys okay if I take a break for a minute? Can I bring the camera over there, or is that too much stress?
Wait till this looks like some hackery.
All right, guys. I'm sorry. I gotta go check on things for a second. Is it melting too much?
10,000 too many things on the table. Okay, so we've got that's hot. It's melted right into that. So this wire is permanently part of that.
Excellent.
Slide this all up when I'm done. But this, you wanted what? You wanted that fusible link in there? Yes, I can. But it's gonna. I gotta clear some of this off. This is just. You're stressed. I am, because everything I touch just shit spills, you know. I tripped over wires, I ripped my station off the table, you know. Way too many wires, too much crap. Should have cleared this table off before I started.
Well,
Then I just
I thought I had it kind
I
of clear.
started right in the middle of another mess.
I thought I had
Right
enough.
way to do stuff.
I thought it was cleared enough to do some stuff. I already did the hard part and took it apart. Yeah, yeah.
You had some people always say, I took it apart before you.
Oh yeah, you know they're in dire straits if they take it apart and they don't have time to finish it. "1981 Fiat Panda fully restored." Ooh, that sounds pretty cool. So, yeah, I don't own any trophy cars. And I'm not against people who own trophy cars, but I don't want one. This is why we can never have anything nice. I had a really nice, almost new car. It was parked in the garage, and something fell over on it, put a big dent in the hood. They wanted like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars to put. You couldn't really fix the hood. You had to buy a new hood. Then you had to have it painted, and it was like a ton of money. I don't want anything like that in my life anymore. I want to enjoy my car. If something happens to my Dart, I'll just fix it. It doesn't have to be perfect. Nice to hear someone so happy at their work. Yeah, Buff is not happy at his work right now. Do you need help
I
again?
need a small piece of smaller shrink.
What color would you like?
Any
Red or
color. It's
black?
going to be underneath something else. It just needs to be shrink.
There's kits. Try this kit.
Why not?
Oh, here's an open package.
Yeah, give me that. Okay.
You guys ever use something like this? It's pre-packaged, pre-cut shrink wrap.
That's what you find when you can't find the stuff you want.
I mean, this is a nice assortment. Just always remember you slip it on the wire before you put the connector on. He's having a rough day, but
The good stuff has glue in it, so it melts all into the wire, and the cheap stuff doesn't do that. That's the cheap stuff.
This stuff came. If it's a long piece, I guess you cut off what you need. He likes to shrink it with the heat gun.
Put flame.
Yeah, we don't have it by the rule. We mostly have a bunch of these packages. They're just an assortment, and they're like, what is that, 16-inch pieces or something? Oh, they're only 12 inches.
There's an electronics store I used to go to in Tucson. That's big, long pieces. But I don't know anywhere around here I can get that, so I have to order it or something.
Yeah, I guess we could probably order it off Amazon or something.
It's like everything. Go to Amazon. That's the standard thing to do. Go to Amazon. Go to Amazon, you'll have the next thing. You go to the store and they go, I can order it for you. I go, I can do that.
They are meant to be used, but some people like to keep them as a trophy or an investment, and I mean, that's their prerogative if they have the space and whatever. Honestly, we hardly drive. I don't drive that much. I'm seeing anymore. Like I dream when I was younger, I loved cars. I loved the idea of having a car and a classic car. And I wanted a car that I could go places and do things with people, and like I don't as much because I have a spinal injury. It makes it really difficult for me to make long trips, and I live kind of out in the woods. I don't go so much. Like all I do is go to the grocery store. I don't need anything fancy. We have that little Jeep Patriot, and that's a really simple, easy vehicle. It gets good gas mileage. Got the little bitty engine. It's like simple. It's probably all I need. This is, there's a lot of people would say this is an extravagant trophy, classic car, but it's a four-door. Uncle Tony had it a couple of years before he was like, I've been trying to sell it. Do you want to buy it? I won't sell it to somebody it's too good to part out. So I won't sell it to somebody unless they're going to take care of it. So we've been taking care of it, but most people really do not have time or energy or money or space to have a trophy car. I mean, when I say most people, there are a lot of people. Power Tour this year, it went near us and we watched it. We posted some videos of Power Tour. Oh my God, there's a lot of people who have really pretty classic trophy cars. But most people don't. Yeah, that's why I have so many cars, is so I can work on them. Once they're done, I kind of really need to sell them so I can roll the money into something else. Because I don't have so much money that I can start some huge collection. I have no place to put it. Like, we have space here, but sitting under the tree, they're just going to get messed up. Like, I kind of have to finish some of these vehicles and then send them on their way. Yeah, Dr. Go talked about parking in the steel mills, where his car got hit, got oversprayed with paint, and lime dust from the conveyor. Damn it, man. It's tough to keep things nice. You either don't use it, you're that crazy person who's parking way out in the sticks at the Walmart so nobody puts door dings in your car. I pulled in the bank one day. It's been a couple years ago, but I was in this big yellow, I painted the yellow roll paint on with a roll, right? It was just a big rough work truck. And I parked in, and the guy next to me, he pulled in like this. So his front door was next to my front door, and I was in my truck, and he pulled up, he went to get out. He was in a like almost brand new Monte Carlo. He slams his door into my door. Like, he pulled in next to me. It wasn't like I pulled in too close to him and he was mad. And I was like, I looked out the window and I said, "What are you doing?" And he was just like, oh, sorry. Like, what are you on, drugs? Probably. But I mean, it's crazy. You can't have anything nice. Yeah, drive mill cars. I had plenty of cars that were put together with pop rivets and sheet metal and Bondo and fiberglass and chicken wire and painted over with, spray paint or rolled on house paint. And they're fun cars because you don't care what happens to them. And we didn't have so much. I mean, there was cars that we whooped on really hard, and I regret that because I didn't really have the finances to do that. But we just went out and had fun. On the weekends, we went and drove around like dummies and hot rodded around on country roads. And I don't know. The world's probably not like that anymore. I drove motorcycles for years. My first car was a Fiat Cinquecento. Do you know the Fiat with the Cinquecento?
Me?
Yeah. It was an 899cc, great little car. I could fix anything on it, which I enjoy. Yeah, that's the other thing, is if you want work on a car, you have to get the right kind of car to work on, because, you know, you make your own, you set yourself up for success or failure by what you buy. This Dart is so easy. Everything is so easy to work on.
Is that the Fiat with the round door handle?
Is that the Fiat with the round door handles? I don't know. As far as driving projects, my van was a project, but I was in a pretty desperate situation when I put. That's not true. I had a car when I got my van. I had a car to drive. So the van was my first project, first recent project. And then everything else I don't really drive. I just work on. Everything else, I have a vehicle that I drive, and everything else is just for fun. There's something wrong in my head that I want to work on cars. What am I doing here? Allum says the more luxury coupe of some modern American cars might actually extend my range for, say, trips to Atlanta compared to the light, econo, or worky things I might otherwise drive. Yeah, I like some of the new cars. They're nice to just drive. It's like a refrigerator, you know? A new one is clean and it just works. My big yellow pickup with the not so pretty old steel bumpers with a bit of clout on the parkways, actually. Yes, having a big old you know, something that doesn't have perfect paint, it's kind of nice. Oh, I see. Means 500 in Italian. Bear Rose says the best car made in the 90s was the 3-cylinder Geo Metro. Beyond simple to work on, great mileage, cheap, off-the-shelf parts.
Actually remembers the 3-cylinder Chevy Sprint.
Do you remember the 3-cylinder Chevy Sprint? No, it was a Chevy. Yeah. Allum says that she thinks, yeah, it did have the round door handles. No, different one had the round door handles.
Yeah, I think
for gas mileage, I think that Geo Metro, and cost of entry, that Geo Metro. But I think a Honda from the early 90s was a pretty fun car, too. CRX, or even a Civic, was a pretty good car. Very reliable. Lots of, and plenty of pep. Those little Honda motors really put out the power for their size. But you were paying Honda prices, not Geo prices. But I don't know. I like my classic Mopars, but it's a lot of work to maintain this car because they let it go for a long time. Oh, yeah, on a long drive, an Infiniti would be a much better drive. But some of it is just because it's all newer. You know, like once this car has the new steering part is now installed, and it's got new tires, and the bearings are all adjusted properly, and, you know, once everything's adjusted and up to date, it ought to go down the road pretty well. No one hot rods a Metro. That's not true. There's a no-name national guy who has a Metro with the engine in the back.
Oh, you know what he has in the back of that?
3.8?
3.8. Turbocharged 3.8.
Yes, turbocharged 3.8.
Geo Metro.
What channel is that?
Do
You know who I mean, Bear Rose?
That thing's fast. That's one of the fastest cars there. And he drove it there from Tennessee.
Yeah.
He drove it from Eastern Tennessee.
It's funny.
Is this what you wanted? I know it's red, but it might still be warm.
This is perfect. Perfect. This is exactly what I had hoped
Well, that
for.
thing is lead. So that's why I used the lead solder.
Yeah.
So I put some flux on it, just melted it in there, so it's all one piece. And the hard part was the other wire down there was just it was just being hard. But
I know.
got it. And I got this flux all over me. So okay, what else can I do while I got all this stuff here? There's a radiator.
Yeah, but you don't want to put the wear and tear on it unless you have a reason to take it out. You know, like I understand. I need to take this to the grocery store a bunch of times before No Name Nationals just to shake out any more bugs. So here it is. He soldered this primary wire. He soldered an extension to it and then shrink wrapped it. And then he soldered it to the lead up here and shrink wrapped over that. And then this is my fuse for my fan relay that we're going to add on. So now I have all up-to-date wires, cleaned all the ends and everything. That should give us a good hot crank at the starter. In Wisconsin, they love the Geo Tracker. Yeah, I think the Geo Tracker was a much more loved vehicle than the Geo Metro. But I definitely see where the 3-cylinder Geo Metro, they even had a little convertible Geo Metro that was kind of, yeah, much cheaper than a Honda. But the Hondas were, kind of cool. Yeah. I mean, the thing of it is he's got it all covered so you can't see. Yeah, the trackers, there's none down here ever listed for sale that aren't completely roached out. Like, gone. People don't let go of them. This should be really good. This is an excellent replacement part, and it has the addition of this heavier primary wire. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have to worry about having issues with this, which is good, because we're gonna take the car out. I don't want to be... I just don't... Looks neat. Yeah, he tidied it up good. I don't know where he went, but he was mad. He's in bad mood. Really bad mood. I don't know what's up with him today. I didn't do anything mean. He says he wants to work on it. This is one of the things that this fan, I've been trying to get this fan wired up for a while. I got to put a toggle switch under the dash, and it's just a little fan, and I have it mounted high and to the driver's side, so it will blow through the radiator and past the exhaust and the intake manifold to blow out any heat soak in between rounds. I mean, we all have days where we struggle to get moving. I think that's what's going on. He gets grouchy when he's tired. I do too. So, but I appreciate him helping. But I thought I was going to be showing him do it, but he didn't feel comfortable. The secret with those Metros, when gas prices are low, people sell them cheap because they are ugly car. You buy them and sit on them. When gas prices go up, you double your money. Yeah, I've noticed that when the gas prices are down, they stop holding on to them. They're like, why do I want this little junky car? Gas is cheap. And right now, gas prices are cheap, If you have an economy car that you can prepare for sale, it'll be worth something I don't know when the price of gas is going to go up. It might be 2 years. I use a product called Copper Shield, which is a paste of the consistency of Neverseas. Put it on tractor matter terminals, and no corrosion ever. I don't know what I got. dad's race partner did that to fund his 67 Camaro race car. And many, many other builds. Those Metros bought a lot of first-gen Camaros. Wow. Mechanics are entitled to be grouchy. I mean, you know, sometimes when you're doing work, it's... Sometimes he'll be having a hard time, and I'll say, did you swear at it? Because sometimes you just gotta swear at it. How'd your torch work? That's the first time he's used that propane bottle with his... He's got a propane and oxygen torch set up.
Well, I used the other propane bottle before.
Yeah? Can I show what you're doing now?
So I pull the spill in the cup.
Oh.
Try not to burn myself. They don't have a good clamp to hold it. I don't know if this is going to pop right off here or not.
It's not right. Gotta get out of that real quick.
It all over my leg, or through my pants.
Can I move this table away from you, Mitch?
Some of these are switched on the inside. I can't remember if it's a switch on the inside.
Dr. Go, thank you for being here. Oh, bring me back. There was a way to see us both. Okay.
It's like a switch on the inside with the wire. Where did the wire go? It was like right in the shower when I was throwing up.
Nobody can ever back in. Thank you for being here, Dr. Go. Thank you also, Olin, for stopping in and hanging out.
Everybody taken off?
Some people are. I think just maybe you know, first shift is headed off to bed. But there's still people. I think Tommy's from the other side of the world. It's almost 6 a.m. See it this morning. Sorry about the
Get that stuff.
the focus thing. I may be back if this goes real long. No, but we'll probably be back tomorrow. I don't know how to fix that focusing thing.
Oh, am I on? Oh, you do have. At least tin this up so I can drag it. I'll tell you now, it's on live.
You're okay. We're just judging you. He's just playing with his stuff. He hasn't got to work with anything in a long time. Well, shoot it. Shut off.
What shut up? Run to this, I don't have that much blood. I might have an acid brush. Where do we have acid brushes?
Oh, we should have a bunch of those. I swear I just tripped over like 50 of them. How are there not one way to want it? You don't need one.
Yeah, it's like you gotta Well, it's working real well, because this really isn't the right time to go. So I'm trying to do something that I probably can't do.
Okay. What about flux brushes?
I have a flux brush, so I'm trying to use a piece of solder, wrong type of flux on it.
Yeah. Maybe be a little more patient. Get the parts you need and
Yep.
make some.
And,
No, we have it here. Just gotta.
we don't have the right flux here.
Oh, we don't. I just have plumbing flux.
Yep, this is not good. I'm struggling with something that's not gonna work well.
Tommy says they're lightweights. Caffeine and nicotine is your friend. I don't know. I kind of stay away from the nicotine, but yeah, they you know.
Okay, now I can't get out of here. This is a big expensive camera.
Big expensive camera? I don't see one. I'll move the camera out of
I
here.
don't want to knock that
Okay. Very expensive.
stuff off. I thought I'd try to do this solder job here. Just because I haven't done a radio in a while. But,
Gotta start somewhere.
yeah, I really don't have the right stuff. I suppose.
Okay.
I got this flux on me that doesn't want.
Oh, I hate that flux.
Isn't that nasty stuff?
Oh, it's miserable. You need to get different flux.
Well,
I
the
know
flux-
there's different
flux-
kinds of fluxes on the shelves over
The
there.
flux that I want is, I gotta buy it. It's not gonna have it.
Okay.
Stuff I used years ago in radiators. It's like,
Tommy, I think he was kind of testing out his torch. He hasn't done anything with it in a number of years. He used to own a radiator shop. And he hasn't used his equipment in a very long time. And we have different solder and different flux.
that
Which
long-
radiator is
the
that?
long stuff. It's the one I the original out of your car.
Is it really? Okay. And that's the radiator that came out of my Dart, but it had some
Yeah, I don't want to ruin it. I just wanted to.
age, stress cracks, and things. It needs repairs. But we have one. I fit a different aluminum rad in there. That's a
Big.
good copper. The one he's tinkering with is good copper rad. It's a much more valuable piece.
It's
and
original.
It's original.
It's a 2-row. Not in there, am I?
You're really not. Here, I'll
Turn
move.
the camera a little. Yeah, now I'm in there.
Now you're in there. I'm in there too.
Uh,
How you feel?
I'm,
Tight.
I'm looking for paper towels, which
I can get you paper.
I think we had some in there.
It's a little roll, huh?
Thank you. So it's an original slant 6 2-row radiator, brass and copper type, and it's shot. You know, it's original. It's 1966 vintage, but you can still get cores. So I could get a core, and then the tank has some little cracks in it. So I pull the tank off, and I got silver solder, so I can silver solder the tank on the inside, so you'll never see it. You'll never see the repairs, and then put a new core in it. That would be nice. And they make high performance cores that are, instead of tubes being on 9/16 centers, they're on 7/16 centers, and that in itself will make it way better. And but she bought a big old aluminum radiator for it that's plenty good enough. So just looks like an aluminum radiator. Where we at here, Cam? I don't even know what's going on. And you got up and you left.
I mean, just catch up with some chat. There's
Okay,
just a
I
couple-
can't. I'm gonna have to get closer. I can't
There's
see
only
it
a
from there.
couple people hanging out right now. A couple people went to bed and signed off, but you know, like I said, the late crews showing.
Okay, let's see. Tommy Hanlon, because he's like early morning. Dr. Go's still here.
I think
Oh, no,
he's
he
done
just
today,
left.
said now. I mean, we're probably gonna, if we
Olive left.
get anything,
Wow.
it's gonna be a different group of people.
Well, there's 10 people in here. So, oh, this is your water. I almost drank it.
Run out of the water.
So let's see. What's he doing with that rad? Oh, what I was doing was it's just an old radiator and it's got to come apart to get record. And I had my torch out and everything, so I thought, well, I'll just pop the filler neck off, but it's crimped on the inside, so I can't get it off. So I'm gonna have to pull the tank off to fix that. And then the which I need to do anyway. And then it's got a bracket that's already missing, so where the bracket was soldered on there, I was gonna tin that up and make it real nice to solder on there, but I don't really have the right kind of flux, so it's not tinning up nicely. It's just, that's the wrong stuff. So
That's all right. We're just finding where the deficiencies are.
I'll
We'll
wait.
be more ready next time.
I'll wait till I get the right flux and the right solder. Actually, that is the right solder. That spool you have there, Kim, that spool that's broken,
Yeah,
that's the right solder.
it's lead. Yeah.
Well, it's tin and lead, but it's it's like 1/8 diameter, or whatever that is. Some millimeters. I don't know what it is actually. So, but it's about the right diameter to it works well with radiators. It's just I don't have the right flux for it. What are you doing? Oh, you're putting that harness on I just made?
I'm putting that harness back together. Yeah. Right on to it. It's correct. It'll work. That new wire is kind of stiff. I mean, it is stranded wire, but it's kind of That's
stiff.
all right. Where it goes, it doesn't matter.
It's a number 6 wire, so it's pretty darn
Yeah.
pretty
Well,
darn.
it's
There's a lot there.
in the engine bay beside the battery, so it won't bother nothing like that.
Okay.
It's not
And
a
I
problem.
built the made the battery hold down the other night. It's in there, so the battery's not going to come up out of the tray. I used to build airplanes, and it'd be like a aerobatic airplane. Ours was like the last one I did was there was a airplane that people got in. It was an aerobatic airplane that it was good for 9 positive, 9 negative G's. That means 9 times the normal gravity, and backwards 9 times. You're never going to do that, but it was a strong airplane. And then I see they were kits, and somebody had built a kit, and then they put a battery, and then they hold it down with a bungee cord. I go, it's no longer a 9 negative airplane. They're like, why not? Because that battery will go sailing out of there if you even pull like a half a G negative. Because can't have a battery out back there flopping around on the cables. It's got to be tied down with something that's good for 9 Gs. Oh, somebody's trying to get a hold of me. Oh, I know. That's Kitsy Fluff. He probably left. It's difficult to get lead solder over there. No problem lead. Yeah, they have all that lead-free stuff here. But for the radiators, what I want is like, the perfect thing is 50-50, but nobody does that anymore. It's 40% tin and 60% lead. That stuff works great. And I can order electrical solder that's something similar to that. That's got a flux core in it, and that stuff works fine. The lead-free stuff I struggle with it.
I bought the lead. Not bought the lead. The lead. I worked as a plumber, and people would give me old lead. And
Well, you can still buy it.
a welder's wife had all this old stuff in her garage. She said, I don't know how to get rid of that stuff. You know what to do with it? And I said, I know exactly what to do with it. And it's moved around with me ever since.
Yeah, you're right. The lead-free stuff, I've tried to use it on things. It doesn't like sweat into like a.
It's much harder to work.
Just this horrible stuff. It's like this is what we've been saddled with.
Well, I mean, I understand people don't want lead in their.
Oh yeah, you don't want any lead, so what do you? When's the next time you're gonna chew on that battery cable? You know?
Right, right. It doesn't matter in battery. But
Oh yeah, I see. Like in plumbing. Well, plumbing they solve the problem with PEX. You know, mostly with PEX, and I like that stuff. But I mean, electrical and crimp connection. If you do crimp connections, they're plenty good enough. But you have to do them. You got to know how to do them right. Use the right kind of connectors. Don't use the cheap stuff. Use the crimpers that are expensive and they're got different jaws for different types of wire and all that kind of thing, and different connectors. So tell us about rads, huh? Well, I don't know what you want to know, Tommy. What do you have there? What kind of cars? What kind of car do you drive? I don't know what you do there. Man, I remember British cars that I used, like MGBs. Man, I liked MGBs. Especially the ones everybody hated. They had the rubber bumpers on the front. And the reason I liked those is because they had a really good instrument panel, way better instrument panel. But, man, my former wife, her mother she bought an MGB brand new in 1978. And I drove that thing around a lot. And but it was kind of a irritating car because there's always stuff. It's always breaking down, you know, always problems. But they had brass and copper radiators. Well, everything did then. And I'm kind of stuck in that era. My last radiator shop, I sold it in 1988. So, really doing a lot of. I was really doing a lot of copper and brass radiators still then. Look, if a kid is eating lead paint, that kid already has serious problems the lead hasn't caused. You know what the problem was here is that kids, they pick up something and chew on it, you know. So I understand that, but, you know, yeah, parents got to watch the kids. I remember when I was a kid, my parents, don't chew on it, paint's got lead in it. What's lead? It's poison. You're going to poison yourself. And, you know, me, when I was a little kid, poison, I knew what that meant. And, I don't want to eat any poison.
yeah. Well, do you know why people eat lead paint? You know what it is about lead paint that makes people eat it?
I have no idea. Stupidity?
So, you know what the Romans flavored their wine with?
I know they had lead cups.
No, they put lead in the wine. It made it feel, it gives it a sweet taste. So lead paint chips taste like candy. That's why kids, they'll eat them, they don't even know. And, you know, little kids. And then once they realize how good they taste, then you can't get them to stop eating it. Like, I mean, you could. It's not like they become heavily addicted, but like...
When I was a little kid, I knew what poison was. I knew from watching TV that people that were given poison died.
You were a smart kid.
And poison
not
was not...
that smart.
You didn't want to put poison in your mouth, you know? That's how people died.
The other
it's
thing
like, ooh, poison.
Is, you know, they used, for a long time, they used lead in all white paint. And the cheap white paint would crystallize in those tiny little squares, and they form a dust, and then you breathe it in and absorb it.
Yeah, but when they took my lead solder away,
yeah,
with this guy stuff that didn't work. It's like,
yeah,
this doesn't work. It's.
I hear
you know, if there was something that worked, well, yeah, fine, but
people kept getting poisoned.
So we used lead. My first radiator shop, I never wore gloves. By the time I had the second radiator shop, you always handled the lead with gloves on. It's just a whole different safety thing, but yeah, I still used it, you know.
Yeah, them Romans were some weirdos.
Pop those Lucas carbs in the trash. You know, what did the what I call late model, late 70s, 1980, when did they get rid of MGB? 81? What were those? Were those Lucas carbs? I don't know what they were. You know what that car had the most trouble with? Cracked exhaust manifolds, just one after another after another. Romans also imported urine from Lusitania, Portugal, to drink. Well, now, the biggest, as far as I'm concerned, the biggest rip off of everybody now is what's that stuff called? A diesel fluid? It's cow
Diesel
urine?
exhaust.
Yeah, diesel exhaust, whatever that crap is. It's cow urine. Some politician is getting a kickback for selling cow urine.
Darn right.
Somebody got rich on that one. We're
We
stuck with it.
darn
Darwin's theory of natural selection is being legitimized out of humanity. Yeah, I agree. Chris. Yeah, DEF, that's the stuff. Diesel, what is it? What does DEF mean? Diesel something. Lester the Saber, the rubber bumper MGBs sat higher on their suspension. They did. To meet bumper height regs. That's right. They did. And that wasn't quite as nice, but you know what? I really like just the steering wheel and the instrument panel and everything on those late model MGBs was so nice that I kind of put up with the bumpers. Is it pig piss? I thought it was cow piss. I don't know what it is. I know it's, what do they call it? Urea or something? Yeah. Pee. I never thought people would be struggling to pay for a bottle of urine. Why can't we use human urine? Just piss in the tank,
I'm sure that's not approved.
It's not approved. Cheap trick for MGs. Go to the Massey Ferguson dealer. A lot of the parts are interchangeable on that 4-cylinder. A lot cheaper. Urea. Yeah, whatever it is. When I had the radiator shop, one of the radiator shops, there's a guy that brought me an MGB, and he put a AMC 290 V8 in it. I don't know why he chose the 290, because they're all about the same weight, all the way up to the 401. But he put the 290 in it, and whatever automatic transmission it had. And that thing, I built the radiator for it, and it overheated pretty badly, even with the new radiator. And he didn't have any carpet or anything. I went out and drove it, and my shoes, the tennis shoes on, and they're melting against the firewall. I go, oh man, I know what's wrong. The air's not getting out of there. So the hood's open backwards, so I popped the hood up, and so it was just open in the back. Went out and drove it. Man, it ran cool because it was venting the air out of there. So I said to him, just louver the hood. Well, he thought that sounded cool, and he had somebody with a louver press, put louvers in the hood. Man, that thing ran at thermostat temperature after that, because we got the hot air out of there. Maybe that exhaust manifold followed those Lucas for better. Yeah. You know what the deal was? She bought it, and it was, it's an older woman. It's just a car for her to get back and forth to work. And then I drove it some. But, we're in California. It had to meet the California emissions requirements, so it had to be, I don't know, checked annually or every other year or something. But she'd take it back to the British car place where she bought it, and because the exhaust manifold is part of the emissions system, they replace it for free. So they put another bad one on, and then it'd crack, and then they put another one on, There's no ending to that. She finally bought a Plymouth Sapporo. She traded in, bought a Plymouth Sapporo, which is a Mitsubishi thing. It's exactly like the late model Dodge Charger, the little Japanese Challenger. Was that a Challenger or Charger? I can't remember. The madness of King George was caused by an illness which also made his pee blue, and now they're pumping blue hair out. Oh yeah. It's just, Well, I've learned this. This isn't all because of emissions. It's somebody's pockets getting filled up. Who was the congressman? Had it doesn't matter who it was. They found $90,000 cash in his refrigerator in his office. Where'd that come from? His salary? I had to sell my 76 MGB because I moved to Boise, the only county in Idaho that emission tests, and they wouldn't test it without stock exhaust, so couldn't register it in Ada County. Isn't that why Mexican Spec was moved up there to what's the city up there on the Oregon border? Real close to you. Um, 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 uh, Ontario. He moved up there for some reason. It had to do with so he could sell cars that didn't have to be tested or something, or maybe it's something to do with registration. I don't remember, but that's what got him up there when he was still living in the U.S. Yeah, Ontario. Yep. I feel like I just went through Ontario, but it was God. Kim, when was it I did that trip? That was after No Name Nationals last year?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's been less than a year. Yeah, okay. Uh, you're not going to see any classic cars from this era. Oh, yeah. What are you going to do? Kim, what's a classic car from this era?
This era.
30 or 40 years from now, people just can't wait to restore their,
It's all the muscle cars.
I don't know. What
The Charger, or not the
Oh,
Charger.
those Challengers and stuff. Yeah, but where will you get all the
Mustangs.
where will you get all the electronics?
Oh, by then they'll have aftermarket
Maybe.
alternatives to that, you know?
I'm next to positive. I've met ex-spec in person at the Boise auctions. We've talked and too many stories match up. Okay, his voice is on his videos, but he never shows his face on anything.
Who's that?
Mexican Spec.
Oh,
He always puts a green screen over his face. Yeah, he's a good guy. I've dealt with him several times and sent stuff, no problems. Tracking numbers. Sometimes things take a little bit of time. Usually, if there's something that gets stuck, it's in our customs in Florida. Although it's taken a long time to get across Mexico a few times. I don't know. Doesn't matter. He's not the problem.
don't buy anything if you're in a super firestorm hurry because it's going to take a minute. But
The
if
thing
you're
about-
willing to be patient.
Thing about Mexican Spec is you can get things that you can't get here, like
Yeah.
all those repo lenses for all these old cars for taillights and side marker lights and all that. Although the one I really want, he can't get. I want the whole round side marker lights from the 1968 Plymouths and Dodges. But Kim got something that's close. So I guess I could make some. I could have Kitsy Fluff machine up the little round things. We could put those LEDs in.
Go.
Yeah. I'll draw up one and send it to him. See if he'll give me a price on making a bunch of those. Because I could probably sell them. I know Mexican Spec said to me, I wish I could get those. So, yeah, we'll have to get one sometime. We don't have anything with those on. I don't know. Maybe Tony does. Somebody around here does. I'll just measure one and make one. Or I hate to buy them on eBay because everybody knows they're worth a fortune. A 1-year thing. New Jersey used to have yearly safety and emission testing. I was happy to move to Ohio where there's none where I live. Yeah, Ohio has it, in Cleveland and some of the, maybe Columbus and Cincinnati maybe. I don't know. I lived in Ohio, but there wasn't anything where I lived, and that was really nice because yeah, I wasn't working on cars up there, but just the hassle, just the hassle of it. It's just get tired of that. Now, like California, they want to test what is it? Uh, 3/4 ton pickups on up with diesels in them. They have to get uh, they have to get emissions certified every 90 days. Well, that's supposed to include it's supposed to improve the air quality. No, it's lining somebody's pockets, not the poor guy that bought the truck. Same thing that happened. They went to R134 refrigerant. This isn't gonna affect the atmosphere, and then didn't need a license for it, and then now they're saying, well, it actually does mess up the atmosphere and does something to the ozone, and you are gonna have to have a license for it. It's like, some more lies. Kim, what you doing? Is it going okay?
It's going just fine.
So the harness is the right whatever. That
Yeah.
Does that penetrate the firewall?
No.
Okay, so it doesn't go. I was concerned about going through a grommet or something in the firewall and having battery with no fuse going. Oh, is that what the fuse holder's for?
Fuse holder is just for the fan,
Oh, okay.
and the other part of it has a fusible link that goes into the car.
What?
We worked up. Everything has the original safety still.
Is this a good business for that? Is to machine out torque converter adapters bushings for the newer slant 6 crank to the older 904 torque converters. Oh, that's what we thought we had that problem.
It's the rust.
Kim got the engine put in the Valiant, and she couldn't get the torque converter nub in there. So we pulled the engine out, sanded there's just the tiniest bit of corrosion on the torque converter nub and on the inside of the crank. We sanded that out, sanded off just a little bit of corrosion went right together. So it must have been, I measured it. What was it, like 1,000ths? 1,000ths interference fit? Something like that.
It's a little too...
1,000ths interference fit.
Yeah, but man, it
wouldn't go. It wouldn't go.
We thought we were really in a bad
Oh,
way.
and what we thought was we had a late model crank.
Okay, hold on, I gotta make noise. I don't know, that may not be problematic.
I don't know. She's running a heat gun, and I don't know if you can hear it, but it doesn't shut the mic off. Are you gonna show something?
Maybe.
I see you cranking up the camera.
I mean, it's a shop stream. I probably should show some of the shop.
Show some of the shop. Yeah, I didn't want you showing I was struggling with the solder over there. And people are gonna be telling me like, do it like this, do it like that. No, move this, change that, move it, more heat, more heat, less heat. You're putting too much heat. Then the next guy goes, you don't have enough heat.
We love it. Let him do
know.
that.
I've had people leaning over me like that. Not enough heat. It's way too much heat. Never, or was it always? Never do this. Oh wait, or is it always do this?
Okay. Let's see if we can get the El gato.
How many times I actually
El gato.
accidentally set the heat gun down on the carpet? I have not. But what I did over there when I was working, I didn't want anybody to see me, was there's all these cords on the floor. And of course, I got my foot hooked in one of the loops, and I ripped the soldering station right off onto the ground. And the hot soldering pen stuck in the side of the case and made a nice burn mark in it. See that nice battery hold down I made? Made that up. Oh, that's a piece of chromoly tubing. I don't know if it is. No, I think it's actually a piece of mild steel tubing.
See, I just connected. This goes to the fan. There's a new fan down there.
Oh yeah, she put a fan on there, electric fan for. She has an engine-driven fan, but she wants that fan so when she shuts the car off, it won't heat soak. But I'm not sure that's the best position
Fan
for it.
6 is heat soaking monsters because they got that big heavy log underneath the intake manifold.
I admit to doing that a couple of times in a bonehead moment. I'm trying to figure out what's. Oh, that's it.
Are you in frame? No.
No, I'm leaning forward. Oh, I'm out of the frame.
I gotta put you in frame. That's my fault.
Cover me up with your frame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like they want to look at me.
They want to see us both.
So, I hope I soldered that on right side up with
You
the
did a great job.
wedge going the right direction. You know, with it tapered the right way.
If you didn't, I'll say that few things about you when you're not listening.
I think I got it right.
Go ahead.
I think it'll work either way anyway. I think it's.
If not, the airplane's gonna crash and probably kill you.
Man, I'm so sick of airplane crashes. One more. You know, one more in July that's 22 people, 22 friends been killed in airplane accidents. It's ridiculous. You know, it's out in Arizona. I can't think of one person. Nobody was killed in airplane crashes out there. And I was hanging out with airplane guys after work, you know,
Yeah.
besides the at work stuff. Nobody. I have one of those pen torches for shrink tubing in tight places. Doing taillights in 47 GMC. I crawled under there. Heard click, click. And looked at the top of my head. I'm fire. That's bad. Ruin the day. Well, at least you lit your hat on fire, not your hair or your skin. Yeah, I don't use those. I don't like to put a flame on shrink tubing. I don't know why. I guess it's okay. I know people do it with lighters and stuff, but somewhere around here I've got a heat gun that's smaller. That's much hotter, and it doesn't blow air real fast. And that thing is really good on shrink tubing. I don't know where it is. This one I'm using right now is probably, I don't know. It's probably a Harbor Freight big old heat gun. Probably meant for stripping paint or something. That's a battery. So Barrows, what British cars do you like? There's something to bring up. Man, I like a lot of them, except I don't like the way they are. You know, like
I like them, except I don't like.
I did a lot of again, cooling system conversions with small block Chevys into Jaguar XJ6s, and the Van and Plus, the one that looks like an XJ6, it's like an extra long XJ6. I really like those, but I kind of like them with different engine in them. Although I've worked on them with the 6 cylinders in them and been able to make them work fine. MGs, TR1s, and 2s. What about, you ever worked on a Spitfire? Like a, we've got this 71 Spitfire out here that's going to turn into a, if it runs, if we can make it run, that body's coming off. I'm going to make a new body for it. Well, we don't know if that engine's going to run, Kim.
Yeah, that's true.
If that engine doesn't run, we'll be buying an engine for it, I guess, or building a frame or something. I don't know. I already looked for parts for that thing, and the engine parts are like they are where? Well, probably some specialty.
There's a place out there in out west has Spitfire parts. They got everything specialized.
Yeah, we got a Triumph Spitfire here. Kim bought one that the brakes were locked up on it. She had to drag it up on the trailer. She bought it while I was in Oregon. Didn't tell me about it. When I came home, there's this blue car on the trailer. And couldn't get it off the trailer. She finally tied it up, drove the trailer out from under it. But she got the brakes so somehow the wheels turn.
And I got some tires on it so that we can roll it around.
Oh yeah, it had just tires that were ruined.
I've never seen tires so dry rotted.
So she got it over here on this side of the property, and it looks like a Spitfire, except it's made out of Bondo. It's kind of an old rusty body that's holding the Bondo together, you know. The trunk floor is gone, but the frame looks good, and if she can make it run, I'll pull that body off of it. I'll build an aluminum body for it. I'm looking forward to doing that.
And if the frame does need some repairs, we can probably patch it up. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's just gonna be.
The block is pretty solid since MG and Triumph are all bridged. What's the rust like on the Triumph Spitfire? If you open up the trunk, the boot, I don't know if you do that, Naira. You open up the trunk, and you look in there, you can see the grass underneath it, the weeds. There's no trunk floor. Well, there's some, but mostly it's holes. The rust on the body is probably about the same, but somebody's covered up with massive amounts of Bondo, and some of that's falling off. So it's putty. They're made out of putty. So I don't know. I'm really wanting to build a car from scratch, and rather than doing that, I can build something onto that frame, and that'll be fun. And it's small enough that the body won't be huge, you know. I built enough airplanes where I'm looking up there, rolls of aluminum, just rolls and rolls of aluminum here. So, and I got shear and brake and sheet metal tools and riveting. So the rust is bad. What?
I'm not good at soldering.
You're not good at soldering. Soldering?
Soldering.
What are you doing?
Sucking.
When I was in England, we were soldering, not soldering. Soldering. You want help with that?
Yeah.
Oh, you're using that same clamp I was using. You know what that clamp was doing? That clamp was sucking up all the heat. I finally had to take the clamp away so I could solder because it was a giant heat sink.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
So I'd look for a cheap 2.8 Ford for it. They're still really cheap. Hey, if you can find a 2.8 Ford that's good, we need one. She's looked and looked and looked and looked and finally bought a 2.9, which is, at least it has the same bell housing bolt pattern, so we'll use the 2.9. But every 2.8 we found was beyond.
Maybe, is he talking a different 2.8?
Oh, he changed it to 2.3.
Yeah, 2.3 we could probably find.
Yeah, but that's overhead cam, so then it's like, you know, it's kind of tall. That's something I like about those little British engines. They're pushrod engines. They're compact, you know. Where's the thing? They're compact like this. Overhead cam engines like this. I don't know. You're a Honda Goldwing engine. Then the transmission would just be like, what's my hand? Transmission be like bump, 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 bump. Change gears. But I think people want a lot of money for those engines. You know, I gotta keep moving this. Now I'm back in the picture here. I'm trying to figure out where I belong. I belong here. But they're not watching me anyway. They're watching you.
Please don't watch what I'm doing. I feel worse than them.
You got that nasty flux open again. Please don't get that on the outside of the bag. Does your Spitfire have rear swing out? Yes, it does. It's a 71. So what is that? It's a Spitfire Mark II?
No, it's a 3.
Mark III. It's a Spitfire Mark III. It does have the swing axis. So I'm going to have to do something to... What do they have? A thing like, it's called a camber compensator or something you can put on there to keep them from swinging too far? Do they have those like the Volkswagens where you can keep them from tucking under? Like, I'm going to drive it that hard anyway. I've got to do something to lower it because the body I'm going to put on there is going to be aluminum. It'll be much, much lighter. So I'm going to have to... what's that thing got? It's got a transverse leaf in the back. I'm going to have to make some changes back there, but I'd like it so it can't tuck under. Find a roach but running Miata. Yeah, maybe.
No.
I had a friend that had a Miata.
Miatas hold their value. The Miata, the most destroyed Miata you can imagine, is worth 3 times what I paid for that Spitfire.
I had a friend with a Miata, and it was an old clapped out piece of junk. And he's trying to sell it to me, and I drove. He wanted way too much for it, but I drove it, and I don't know. I really like the MGs better. 69 up bug was independent rear suspension. Wasn't that only on the Super Beetles? Or is that on everything? So you can make panels yourself for the Spitfire. Yeah, you know, it won't look like a Spitfire when I'm done. It'll look like something I designed and make it out of aluminum. Yeah, I used to tell people I built 60 airplanes. I built over 60 airplanes, so I used to tell people. But I was telling them that for a long time, and I was still building airplanes, so I don't know. I built a lot of airplanes in my life, and most of them are chromoly tubing and aluminum, a lot of monocoque aluminum kind of stuff. And I'll be doing that. No, I don't have an English wheel. No, they probably might not have any compound curves. If I have compound curves, like on a nose piece or something, I'll carve it out of, or make it out of clay or something, and then pull a mold off of it and make it out of fiberglass and epoxy. Like the nose piece might, maybe not. I don't know. I wish I had pictures of that car. But I might have them on my phone.
Which car?
The aluminum one that my friend built.
Oh, yeah.
Because it doesn't have any compound curves on it.
Yeah, it was pretty simple.
Really simple. And I was going to clone that, but then what I really, oops. Nope, not there. Cars. See if I can find a picture of his car. I thought about just cloning his car because I kind of like it, but it's very 1950s. Very 1950s looking. He built it in 58. So I may do something similar. He was a pretty smart guy. He built this car of his. It didn't have a frame. He built a unibody out of aluminum. That car weighed 800 pounds, running, with a 4-cylinder engine in it. Amazing, amazing guy. I don't have it on my phone. Really? Really? How can I not have that on my phone? Well, be here Tuesday. On Tuesday, I'll bring it up on, yeah, it's not here. On Tuesday, I'll bring it up in the when we do the live from the studio. Aluminum. Yeah, aluminum. Aluminium. Yeah, here. The rest of the English-speaking world is aluminium. And the rest of the English-speaking world, the thing I have outside with light at night is a torch. And here it's a flashlight. Get you a kiddie pool, fill it with wet river sand, shovel out your rough shape, and it works as good as a buck. Yeah, you could do that. What I always done with fiberglass is I've made stuff with you know what Luan is, the wood Luan. I just like kind of stick it all in the shape I want, and then bondo over it, or use clay, you know, modeling clay, and then pull a mold off of it. I straighten out completely flat with Studebaker pickup fenders. That way, really. You know, it's steel. It depends on the aluminum, but steel is really softer to use in this aircraft grade aluminum. This is 2024 T3, which is some pretty hard stuff and strong stuff. Trunk gas boot, and then the hood is we call it bonnet, and the wings, the fenders are wings. What else do you guys do? You have doors, or is there something else? Yeah, well, I was in England for a while in '09 working on an airplane project, and so I had to learn to speak British English. Go to the loo. The loo. I had to learn to drink tea with milk in it. That is the most foreign thing I'd ever seen. Yeah, have you ever put milk in your tea?
Yeah.
Really? I'd never seen that before I went to
because
England.
only to do it.
And biscuits there, cookies. I heard they're gonna have tea and biscuits. I thought they were like biscuits here, and we got there and they were cookies. Oh, I get it. Those are biscuits here. Yeah, and a spanner. Yeah, well, a spanner here is a different thing. A spanner here, maybe a spanner there too, but it's a thing that goes on a round. I'm sure you're gonna know what I'm talking about. Why is the phone so slow? These things. What's fighting words? What's fighting words?
Start fights.
I didn't mean to say anything bad. Yeah, we have you have wings, and you have sodas or fizzy drinks. No, over there it was wing. Oh, or England. This is a spanner. In the U.S., these are spanners, and we actually call them spanners. These things. Ooh. It got a little hook on it. Goes around a round thing, like they're used on bicycle cranks, I think, and maybe some other thing. Oh, I know what else they're used on. Coilover shocks.
Oh yeah, like.
But a spanner in the UK is all wrenches. Well, everywhere in the English-speaking world except here, I think. Yeah, bonnet. What else? Doors are the same, aren't they? But you use wings. No milk and tea. Oh, okay. So you don't do that in Ireland. Yeah, in England they did that. We take every day at partway through the morning and then partway through the afternoon we take a break, and they'd all go in this room and they had tea with milk in it and these little cookies. Really good for a diabetic. I had to try it just to do it, but what are these things I had here? Somebody said something there that I don't have them here. I drink fizzies. No milk and tea. Oh, I see. So uncultured. I've got to laugh at that. Fries are chips, and chips are crisps. Crisps. I've seen that on bags of chips. Crisps. Maybe that's coming up here. Yeah, over there. My favorite food. Now you probably don't like this. You might. I don't know. We stayed in a hotel. And we'd all been traveling enough so that we had they have deals for these different levels of staying in hotels. We were like whatever it was, platinum members or something. So we got a free breakfast in the morning, and they had a breakfast that was second to none in this hotel. It was a buffet that was wonderful. But in the afternoon we paid for our meals in there, and they had fish and chips in there that were so good. The best fish and chips I ever had. What do you call cotter pins? Or split pins? I hear split pins, cotter pin, or cotter keys. Split pins, yeah, split pins. I've heard.
I lost my mind.
What's that?
How did I lose the roll of solder?
Solder.
Solder. It's gone. I've lost my mind. Electrical solder.
Well, I'm looking.
So where she goes?
I'm looking on the picture. Does anybody see her solder? A roll of solder?
There she goes.
Um.
The really thin stuff.
Oh, roll pin's different. Roll pin's like split. Oh yeah, roll pin's like a split pin. Yeah, I've heard cotter pins called split pins. Over there, and they are split, just split differently than a roll pin. Why fish and chips didn't come with chips? You know what? Here you get fish and chips. You get all these little pieces of fish, and you get some fries, and they're okay, I guess. But over there, you get one big piece of fish, and it's so good. And and of course the chips are good, fries are good. And then you put something you can ask for here. Maybe there's a British pub that I go to sometimes with my son down in Nashville, and they you get fish and chips there. It's just about like it was in England. And they have the vinegar. What's the vinegar? Somebody will know. I had fresh Sid and chips for dinner last night. How can cut yourself? Chip shops. What is that? CID. Oh, cod. Cod and chips. Okay, that's probably the same thing that they called. Oh man. Yeah, here they have. You know what they have in the U.S. It's just crazy. I don't understand this. They kind of changed it a little bit. It's pizza. Every corner has pizza places, and you call and they deliver pizza. And yeah, malt vinegar, correct. That's what's good on there. So, and they have that at that place in Nashville. But the pizza delivery here, but they don't normally deliver other food. You can't go call the fish and chips place and have it delivered, or roast beef or something,
I mean, you could, but it's
Well,
not...
then you got to call DoorDash, and that's like a separate operation. They charge you for it and everything. But pizza, pizza.
Always had delivery, yeah.
Pharaoh says always with malt vinegar. Okay, so you get it there. Where do you get malt vinegar? Man. But I can't do that anymore because the malt vinegar's okay, but I can't eat the potatoes. I can eat the fish. There's a gudgeon pin. Oh, I know that name. Gudgeon pin. I know that. Where do I know that from? Tim, where do I know that from?
Left.
Huh?
No, yeah.
Oh, you know where I've heard that from. Who's the guy we watch in England that has the farm now?
Oh, he was on Top Gear.
Yeah, he's a Top Gear guy. I know, I've heard him say.
Clarkson's farm.
Yeah,
Anthony
Clarkson. Yeah. Gudgeon? Gudgeon or Grudgeon? Oh, it's Gudgeon. See, I'm not even pronouncing it right. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah. Which is that one? Is that a split pin? Or is that? I don't know what that is. Same thing when we talk to all the guys. Yeah, Jeremy Clarkson, right? Jeremy Clarkson. He's got that farm now, and we watched the first year. We sat down and watched the whole thing. We got to do that again. I think he's got a second year out, Tim.
Yeah, he does.
And
He's been out for a little while.
That guy is. Yeah, I just like watching him.
Funny. entertaining.
Well, yeah, and he needed to buy a tractor, and everybody's got like normal sized tractors, and he goes out, he buys a Lamborghini tractor that you need a ladder to climb into the thing, and it's like $1 million.
I mean,
He used it, it worked well, but it was
he
like,
didn't really need all that.
it's like I need
Show,
a car to get to work, and you buy an F-650 four-wheel drive Ford truck, you know. I'm in Saxon, Scott. I'm Saxon, Scott, and Swede. I always have malt vinegar in the cupboard. Man. Swede. Well, see, that's how Americans are. You like everything. I get, sometimes I kind of know what I am because I know family history and stuff to a certain extent. But I'm kind of interested in getting a DNA test, except then the government gets a copy of it. But see all what mixture of. My family's been here since 1624 in New York, so it's like, everybody was in New York. Everybody came in through there. I'm probably everything. Mutt, all American mutt. Hey, you found your solder.
I did. It was under the car.
It went. That's what happens when you drop stuff. It goes to dead center under the car.
Yeah.
The furthest place that you can't reach.
Yeah. You
Always.
couldn't get it under there if you tried.
Airplanes do the same thing. When you drop something, stuff goes zip square underneath the middle of the airplane where nobody can get. Gudgeon pin. So what is a gudgeon? I'm gonna have to look it up. Look it up, stupid. Let's see here. Error. Oh, it's a wrist pin. Gudgeon pin is a wrist pin in the piston.
So are they more familiar with a floating wrist pin or a fixed?
Oh man, I think called gudgeon pin. Yeah, he just put it up. Wrist pin. Yeah, a piston pin, a wrist pin. To hold the piston to the small end. And they say conrod. Same thing with aircraft. It's always a conrod. And if you're an American and you're working on cars, you say connecting rod. And everybody else says conrod, including the airplane guys. So I think that's kind of strange. What about the motorcycle guys? What do they say? Barrows will know that answer. Should I get I'll get my connecting rod tool. Or my gudgeon pin tool. I've got to get over there from here. Maybe I'll make it without tripping over anything. Maybe I won't. I caught on something. Ripped my shirt open on a piece of shit. This thing got dust on it. It's dust. Okay. This is a tool I made. It's a hefty thing. See how that thing works? What that does is the piston slides over here and this thing supports the connecting rod so that you can press a wrist pin in without putting any pressure on the piston. And I made that out of a lot of hefty, that's all chromoly, if you can believe that. It's all welded together out of chromoly. And and normalized. And then I painted it just so I don't lose it. I even put the date on it I made it. 19 April of 23. And we used that on the no, I use it in the I use this thing in the hydraulic press. I have an arbor press around here somewhere. I might have a couple of them. I haven't used them in a while. But the hydraulic press is really easy to put a wrist pin in if you support the rod. You know, the rod sits on this thing, and then the piston fits around it. So you're putting pressure. You're pressing the pin into the rod, not you're actually supporting the rod. You know, but this thing cannot flex, and it's all. Well, you can see how big that is in there. It's doubled up on the inside and everything. It works quite well. Oh, and the hole in the bottom is so there's room for the wrist pin to come in and out. Motorcycle guys are a loose nut. Everyone I know just calls them rods. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what of course, they're rods. Back when I stopped hurting, back when I stopped hurting, I wasn't sleepy. So all is back. Kim's over there wiring something up. Olive, I don't know if you've been listening or if you're just popped back in. And I'm just sitting here babbling about stuff.
You're entertaining. That's your job. You're an entertainer now.
I'm an entertainer.
Good at it too. People enjoy listening to you talk about your experience.
And then they call me Wilford Brimley.
Well, they're having some fun with you. That's how they entertain themselves. Wilford Brimley was a pretty famous guy. I mean,
yeah, but what happened to him? He's like all natural food, and then he died.
Well, I mean, nobody lives forever.
Okay, I don't know. It's like who else was like that? But it's actually kind of a strange story. The guy that did the what's the diet where all you eat is meat? Somebody will know what that is. The not keto diet. I mean that's what it is, but I can't think of the guy's name. Atkins diet. But he died really young. But I think he died. Didn't he die? Somebody died in some kind of traffic accident. Somebody hit him. He's a pedestrian or on a bicycle or something. That was a sad story, but you know, the story is always told like he died because he was eating too much animal fat, but had nothing to do with his death. Wilford Brimley. Wilford Brimley was a guy that was on TV. He's an old guy, had a mustache kind of like mine, but
he's
different.
The guy who would say diabetes.
Oh,
diabetes.
He did all the diabetes.
And Wilford Brimley was in the movie Cocoon.
Oh, I don't know about that. I know he did all kinds of stuff with grains and all these different natural foods, and then the whole diabetes advertising, and he was old and he passed on. But then people look at me and say I look like Wilford Brimley, and so Tuesday night on the live they put my picture up next to Wilford Brimley's. Kim did, and
sorry.
I mean I have a white mustache, and so does he, but I don't know. I guess we need to put a poll up for that one.
I mean, if it just laugh. It's okay to just laugh at the silliness.
He was Puff's brother. No. You know, it's funny. See, here I got hair. It's gray, but I got hair. And I got to get my hair cut quite often. Well, my brother, we're the same height, same parents, same everything. We're about a year apart. Little over a year apart. And he's like in high school. He was so thin here. He had his part way over here and combing it over. And, I mean, he's just got a little hair around the outside. His head, and I was like, man, did I luck out on that one? He got the hair from my mother's side of the family, and I got the hair from my father's side of the family. God,
But you know what?
my father died when he was 91. His hair was still, it had some gray in it, but it was still really dark. And he was having to get haircuts regularly in the hospital. Yeah, what?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Did I have hair?
I mean, in the end, it doesn't matter. Do you dislike people who don't have as much hair?
No, I'm glad I have hair. Although I kind of wish it weren't gray, but it started turning gray when I was in my early 40s.
My hair.
Oh, my hair had gray in it when I was in my 20s, little splotches here and there, and people would tease me. They go, "Hey, here's another gray one. Here's another gray one." But by the time I was 40, it was well on its way to being gray. See here, I've actually rode Roundup with him. He was a really cool guy. Really? What's Roundup? You know, over there in Pendleton, Oregon, they have a thing called the Roundup every year. And you know when I showed up there and needed a hotel room, when around, they got like, it's a town of about 3,000 or 4,000 people, and they have an extra 100 or 200,000 in town. It's like trying to get a hotel room that week. Man, Polar, I don't know, this Herefords, and we ran Black and Molly's and Angus. So you are a rancher. I barely know what all that stuff is. I know what Angus is. Wow. Kim, what kind of cows are these over here, our next door neighbors? They're just cows. It's like, I'm like somebody that goes, I don't know what he has, it's just a car. It's just some old car. It's some old car and it's noisy and I don't like it. Somebody should pass a law. Well, we have cows over there that they roam around and they're not eating a bunch of well, they're just grass fed, whatever's on that 100 acres next to us. It's you just eat that, roam around. There's a big old pond over there, drink out of it. They're good neighbors. They look over at me once in a while and go, whoa. And I'll look back and go, whoa. And then they really look at me like, you idiot. You didn't say that right. I had a friend who had mostly gray hair in his 20s, yeah. Yeah, mine was already starting to get little spots of gray in my 20s. All the cattle here is free ranch. In October, you ride out, round them all up, and drive them back to the ranch for winter. In April, you drive them back to the range. Oh, I see. And in the winter, where are they? They're indoors then, or what? Indoors and eating grain or something, or? Just curious. I don't know much. Oh. I wonder, well, these cows here, they're out there all winter because I feel bad for them. They're standing out there in the rain. But I guess what did cattle do? That's what they always did, I guess. That's why this guy's Sparrows is a good mechanic. Grew up on a ranch, how to keep everything running. Guys that grew up on ranches and on farms, they're the ones I always hired because they knew how to do everything. You know how to weld? Yeah, my father taught me to weld when I was 4. Okay. That's the guy I want.
Yep. Gotta show you how it's
You know that D-cell jig we tore apart?
Yeah.
Hang on. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm starting. Oh, excuse me. Didn't get a cough drop in soon enough. When I was building that, I had that 350 amp Miller welder make machine.
Yeah.
I taught Matt, my son, he was 11. He learned to weld. He did a lot of the welds on that.
Yes.
Bring them into feed and calve them out. I don't even know what that term means. You only want to feed them in the winter or you go broke. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, just what do you feed them? Do you feed them hay or do you feed them? There's a farmer here I made a deal with, and he mows probably half or maybe a little bit more of my grass out here. He lets it get tall, like as tall as I am, maybe like 6 feet or something. And he goes out there and mows it with a big old wide thing, and he makes these big round bales out of it. He takes them out of here. So the deal is, he mows it for me. I don't have to worry about it, and he feeds animals with it. So I don't know what animals he has, but and then I mow the part that I want to keep as a lawn, which I kind of like, and Kim likes it. She goes out there with the truck and tears it up. I don't like that part of it.
No. No.
She goes out there and starts tearing stuff up. I go, hey, look what you're doing to my lawn, and then she laughs at me. Hey, look at that harness. Look at that harness.
Yeah, it's messy.
I just wish it didn't have that red shrink on it. Wish it had black on it, but
That's all right. I'll rub it with my hand a bunch of times.
it'll turn black.
It'll be black in no time.
Well, it sure is better having that wire all melted into that lead end instead of, bolted or screwed or stuffed in the clamp.
Yes.
Hey, the steers go to feed lots, finish them off, and corn and grain feedlots stink. Oh my God, they have a couple in Arizona. Every once in a while I forget, don't close my windows and turn on my recirculating air before I go buy one. Or an airplane descending into a town with an airport where there's a feedlot nearby. You get down about 2,000 feet and all of a sudden it's like, ugh. Smell it. Your eyes are crying. Yeah. Finish them off corn and grain for a couple of weeks before they are sent to slaughter. So they're only there for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, they just back them up.
There's a place over here nearby and I keep wanting to go over there. I haven't taken Kim over there yet, but it's all grass fed. Kim, something just happened.
Yeah.
Oh, I looked up there and something all went to shit.
Here you are, Mr. Brimley. You're close up.
You turned off your camera.
Yeah. Oh, I just broke a sweat.
Just broke a sweat.
Ouch. Broke.
1:17 in the morning. So Tommy, what do you do? What do you do there? You seem to be up like really early in the morning. I didn't know if you're like going to some early morning job or if you're an early morning kind of guy or just curious. Go out to your garage to start working on a car. 7 a.m. Girls, I thought you were I didn't know you were a rancher. I thought you were just a car guy. Figured you were like a full-time mechanic. Everybody's getting quiet. It's middle of the night everywhere. I miss the long cross-country trips, I was doing those every month, every 5 weeks, something like that. Now I'm hardly ever doing that. Not like it used to be. It's tougher for me. I can't drive like 24 hours without rest anymore. I used to go about probably 22, something like that. Now I got to pull over and sleep for a couple hours, and man, I'm going again. But now,
What size spade fuse on a standard 20 amp relay
what?
signal? What size? If I'm using a spade fuse, what size should I put on it if it's only the signal for a 20 amp relay?
Oh,
I honestly don't know.
probably like 5 or something like that. It's the other end that's going to have the 20.
Mhm.
My grandpa was on the cover of Farm and Ranch magazine back in the early 70s. He was test driving the first New Holland self-propelled hay stacker in Howe, Idaho.
Nifty.
Well, that's a business that sure changed. Well, it's changed just like automotive has. All the farm machinery, probably all electronic. I know John Deere went a lot that way and everything. You know, though, Tavo that comes in here from Australia, that's what he does. He works in a parts department for farm machinery. That's a pretty nice stripper, isn't it?
Okay.
You know how to do that right, so that's good. What crimper are you using? Big ones?
You got a crimper?
I think it's your crimper. Don't use that. I'll crimp glass.
Is Lester LeSabre still here? I didn't get to say hi to Lester LeSabre.
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 Buick guy.
Buick.
You know where this goes? It goes on the non-split side.
This goes on the
The
non-split
split side goes in the.
in the hole. Sure.
Yes. You don't want to poke. You don't want to poke a hole in the split. You squeeze the shit out of it. Okay, how'd that do? Well, that's probably plenty times.
Oh, it's the squeezes. The shit is squeezed from it.
I bet that won't come out.
No.
How'd you squeeze the other one?
I
Flat.
didn't do it.
Looks like it's flat. What happened here?
That was already it.
Oh, that was already there. Lester says, I'm still here. Hi, Cam. I'm staying over with my girlfriend for a few days, so plenty to be doing. Ah, you know what they call that here? I don't know what they call it there. Honeydews. Honey, can you do this? Honey, can you do that? Honey.
That's right. Get it done. Good man should be able to do the list. Shouldn't have to beg for a man to do his partner. Glad you have a nice lady to hang out.
I finally closed that chapter of my life when I gave my little cutting horse away this year. See, I don't know what a cutting horse is. I know you kind of turned into like the rat rod guy, and you're pretty sharp mechanic, so that's good.
What's a cutting horse?
I don't know. People might tell me. I said I don't know what a cutting horse is. It's some. I have ridden horses, but it's it's kind of a joke. When I was about 14, maybe 15, I know I was still on a bicycle. I didn't have my driver's license yet. There's this girl, and she was hot little shit like you like when you're early teens.
Yeah.
And she lived way out in the middle of nowhere, and I used to pedal my bicycle out there. It'd take me like half a day to get there. And we'd ride a horse around, and you know why I like to ride the horse, because I'd sit on the horse with her. She always rode the horse, and I sat behind her, and she never used a saddle. She always had a blanket on the horse. And we just ride around, and that's why I'd go out there to ride on the horse with her. And that was,
That's awesome.
let's see here. I fell off it one time, too. I finally closed. Okay, cutting horse is what you ride to cut cattle out of herds. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's an actual horse.
It's a horse. That's what I thought he meant, but I didn't know. I knew he meant a horse, is what I thought, but I didn't know what cutting horse was. But that makes sense.
Cutting horse was like a cutting torch, a cutting.
Oh, cutting horse, like some piece of shop equipment.
Yeah.
Like a sawhorse?
Wheel or.
Like a sawhorse that you cut. Yeah, I know. It's I would. From him, yeah, it'd be a shop tool.
Now that I think of it, he's from that area. Well, there's a radiator down here on the ground. Where you can away.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't. It was hot, and I didn't put it back. It was really hot.
It's good. I know it's here now. It's tripping over.
I worked on motorcycles mainly. This is Tommy Hanna. I worked on motorcycles mainly, a little car stuff when needed. I do a bit of small engine work a lot now. Motorcycles. That's something I haven't worked on much. You've worked on motorcycles a lot, haven't you, Kim?
Not a lot, but I have worked on motorcycles. I've done a little bit on a couple of different things. I've done a bunch of small engine.
The last motorcycle I worked on was 40, probably 50 years ago. A friend of mine had, if any of you remember what a Honda 305 is. It's a little twin, and the pistons go like this. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. So they hit every 180 degrees. So they sound kind of cool. We take the baffles out of the exhaust, they sounded good. But I helped rebuild a couple of those engines. But that was in the 70s. Honda 305. That's pretty funny. Somebody here might remember those. Yeah, the Dream, and there was a Scrambler. And we had a Scrambler. Dream had the pipes down real low, and Scrambler had the pipes up the side. But that's my experience with motorcycles, probably. Mini bikes a little, very little. Mini bikes because I helped Kim a little. Kim knew how to build a mini bike that'd win the burnout contest. That's pretty interesting. I should tell him all your secrets. No, I won't do that, because you may want to do it again. Oh, you're hiding out somewhere. And the Dream was kind of a unibody motorcycle. Pretty cool little bikes. Oh, they didn't have a regular frame, did they? Because the 305, the Scrambler, had a frame with the pipes that went out the side, We take the baffles out of them, and they sounded like you go down and ride down between buildings, at night, and buildings are tall and they're close, and you leave the motorcycle kind of idling along, and it sounded a little bit like a Harley, that ta-dub, 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 right down there. I remember that. We thought we were so cool. It's kind of like getting an old Chevy Monte Carlo and flipping the air cleaner lid over, you know? Oh, everybody thinks you're cool because of all the racket you're making. Except they probably don't. Dallas and Shane both say by flipping that air cleaner lid over, you can actually go a little faster in a drag race. Get a little more air in. I forgot those Hondas with like a unibody thing. What'd you say, Kim?
Just a little faster, though.
Yeah. It's a tiny amount, but it's like every little bit helps.
More is gooder. I'm actually going to get this fan going before we finish tonight.
The big rubber knee pads on the tank, I remember those real well. Spine frame. Is that what it's called, a spine frame? Yeah, I remember those knee pads. I didn't really know why they were there. just big rubber things. That's back when gasoline smelled like gasoline. Somewhere right about then, the gasoline really started to stink. And that got worse and worse and worse. And then they went to the E10. I don't think it smells as bad as it did in that era. But it sure doesn't smell like it did in the 60s. Early 70s. Gasoline had a whole different smell to it. Oh, I know what she's doing. She's putting a switch in there. My friend in high school had one. I had a 72 Triumph Bonneville. That was, what was that, a 650? I had a friend that had a Bonneville. He lived on the same street I did, and I remember he went up the sidewalk one day going 60 miles an hour on a sidewalk, and he thought it was funny, and a couple of parents along there in some of the other houses were really upset with the guy. Lead and varnish. Lead never smelled because it got all, that wasn't the smell because the gasoline had a different smell, and then it started to stink. And then they went to, and that was before the unleaded, because I was working at a gas station when the stink started coming, and that must have been like 71, 72 in there, and the unleaded really hit in 75. You could get it in 74 in a few stations, but they had to have it in 1975. So, or when the 75 cars came out, late 74. So, the gasoline already smelled bad. And varnish, I don't know. I know what varnish smells like when the gas gets old. It still stinks. I mean, that really stinks. And it had a different smell to it. And in the 60s, it actually smelled kind of good. And I haven't smelled that smell in a long time. The gas with I never noticed the difference with the unleaded. I noticed the difference when they went to the alcohol, of course. And then avgas. Avgas has a different smell to it. It doesn't stink, but it doesn't smell much at all. You get avgas all over your hands. You smell it, but then it evaporates. You don't smell it anymore. You get car gas on your hands, it evaporates. Oh man, your hands will stink to you forever until you wash and wash and wash. Very clever, making the spine of pressed steel light and rigid. Yeah, it's like Barrow says, it's like a unibody, I guess.
Oh, this fuse panel looks bad.
The fuse panel looks bad.
Oh, it does look kind of bad. I'm gonna probably break out the camera.
How many fuses are in that?
5 or 6.
You know what we should do? Make a new panel and buy breakers.
still a breaker. Nobody puts breakers in.
I love breakers. I was in airplanes my whole life, and you have breakers, and when one pops, you push the button back in. You don't go start searching at night in the rain looking for the right fuse, you know?
Well, every airplane we build from now on, we can make sure we put.
Well, I'm going to do that to the Valiant. I plan on putting breakers in it. I mean, why not? And you know, the breakers I really like aren't even the airplane ones. They're the ones they use in marine stuff, and they're not really expensive. You know, the one I have on the shortwave radio in the bedroom. That's a marine. That's a marine part. And then I have some aircraft ones, the button push ones. They're nice too. But if you pop one and you go, okay, you find the problem, and then you push it back in. Or you push it back in, reset it, see if it pops again. Instead of buying a box full of fuses. You can tell when somebody's had a lot of problems with electrical problems. You look on the floor of the car and there's a big pile of blown fuses. Replace them, replace them, replace them. 650 board stroke to a 750. With a cam and 2-inch exhaust. Everyone asked what your sports zero was because of the sound. But it was a trumpet, a Triumph. 60s gasoline smelled kind of, yep, it smelled sweet. You know what I'm talking about. If I talk about, I'm one of the old guys that nobody knows what I'm talking about. It had a different smell. And I remember smelling that in the 50s when my father would get gas. I liked the smell. And I remember it all the way up till, God, very early 70s. And the regular started to stink. The lower octanes really started to stink. And then pretty soon all of them stunk. And I don't know why. I don't know what they did different. We're up to 10% ethanol. Yeah, here, everything's 10% at least. So, you can buy 100%, but you pay a lot for it, and you gotta go chase it down. 10%, everything here. And then you can buy 15%, and you can buy E85, which is up to 85%, and you know they have flex vehicle cars for flex vehicles for that. But man, you lose all your fuel economy. You don't go very far on E85. The racers like it because the octane's real high. Yeah, 10%. You know, here, like up here in Clarksville. Well, I'm not in Clarksville, but I'm pretty close to the city. We can go into Clarksville. And we can find at least one station where you get 100%. 100% unleaded gasoline. But you pay for it. It's like $1 a gallon more. And, or I go out the airport and buy avgas, but avgas has lead in it, so. But avgas is 100% gasoline. Or, you know, it's got additives, but it's not, doesn't have any ethanol in it. Ethanol-free gas is pretty reasonable in Georgia. Get it for end of season with the small engines. Yeah, if I'm on the road in my Mazda, I get about 37 to 38 miles a gallon normally, just going down the road, speed limit, cruise control set. And if I put ethanol-free gas in it, it'll get 40, guaranteed, 40 to 41. And it's just more BTUs in gasoline there is in alcohol. But that's only if if I know there's a place where I'm trying to make a long stretch. Otherwise, because I think I was paying like $1 a gallon more. That's a lot. And part of it's me messing around to see, I got to experiment with it.
Okay, so
you can get ethanol free here as well. It's only about 30 cents. Man, you know what? I think we have one station here. And that's probably why we're paying so much more.
So
ethanol's a bit less. Yeah, it's got fewer BTUs. We were 5% ethanol a few years ago, but now we're 10%. Yeah, that's everything.
I think it's 15 here.
No, you can buy E15. They have pumps that say E15, tells you not to put it in your car unless you
Yeah.
flex fuel, and then they have E85. But yeah, everything's 10%.
So I got to look at the fuse block for the first time on this car. I don't think I've ever looked at it before.
Does it look as bad as the Valiant?
It's worse.
It's worse than the Valiant.
Yeah, it's really rusty. I'm surprised that any.
So what do you want to do?
I think that I'm going to need to go with a Dremel and clean out, burnish all the stuff clean.
So you want
like
to
I
fix
did.
it?
Yeah, but right now I want to break.
You don't want to make a circuit breaker panel.
Not right this moment.
No, I mean, remember that panel I have with you found it had all the switches and lights and stuff in it. We could take that panel and just put circuit breakers in it.
I mean, we could make a panel.
Or I could make a panel on the sheet metal breaker.
Well, we only need about 5 or 6 or maybe 7 spots. Do we have that many circuit breakers? Basically, we need to come up with a plan what we're going to do because it's not going to work. I think that's why I don't have any dash lights.
I think I
or
have
interior lights. I don't think there's continuity through those fuses.
I think I have 2 push button types, and I think they're 10 amp. So I mean, it's going to cost you some money because you're going to have to buy the breakers. I don't know. There are a lot of videos on how to separate ethanol from gasoline. Yeah.
Yeah, water will do it pretty quickly, actually.
There were a lot of guys that were using auto fuel in airplanes, and some of it's legal, some of it isn't. But there was all kinds of ways to test for it and all this. I don't know. I don't like using auto fuel in aircraft if you're going to go up very high because it evaporates. At higher altitudes, things evaporate differently. And some things evaporate much more quickly. And avgas is made and has additives and things in it to keep that from happening. So you could be like at 20,000 feet, not having to worry about evaporation and turning the fuel into something strange. So that's why I kind of stuck with aviation fuel. If I was flying like ultralights down low or something, yeah, have auto fuel in it.
You could only get 87 octane in Nebraska.
Okay, going on international lines.
Sorry.
If you need octane, be careful. Nebraska 87 was the highest I could find off I-80. Really? I just went across Nebraska not long ago. That's all I use is like the 86 or 87, but I don't remember what else was there. I don't remember seeing gas pumps that had only one grade. But I wasn't trying to buy the other stuff, so I don't know. Our little Edge gets stored mileage on anything under 90. I wonder why that is. Oh, I know why. It senses pinging or something, and it backs the timing off.
Yeah, you know what? If it's meant to run like multi-fuels, it's probably much higher compression, so it can get good mileage out of.
And the knock sensor will back the timing off. Probably that's what I'm thinking.
Yep.
Or there's something wrong with it. Man, were those things rated for higher than 87? An Edge? Really?
Well, probably 90 plus is probably like its sweet spot, because it can just crank all the timing in, and whatever. But it probably has much better compression ratio than.
Well, it could. I don't know. I don't know much about the Edge. I mean, I know what they are. Takes the timing out, so you drop toward the. Yeah, okay. That's about what I figured. Could have Dr.Art do a. Oh, it's a turbo. Oh, that's why. So yeah, you're probably supposed to be running a higher octane. Yep, there you go. And you're in southeastern Idaho. What's the field elevation there? Or what would they call it? Field. The elevation. Field elevation is airplane terminology. Yeah, what elevation are you at there? It seems like I just made this thing. See the date on it? 19 April of 23. It's like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, that was like the first video.
Yeah, I made it, used it, and then I did a video on it. My very first video. A little over a little over 5,000 down there in the valley. Oh, you're way up there. You're mile high. That turbo's probably nice. My 351 Ford is, yeah, normally aspirated, but it's pretty nice engine. Go good. I drove that thing to Colorado one time, went over I-70, and it was a Porsche 911 coming up next to me. We were climbing and up near 11,000 feet on I-70. This Porsche's coming up next to me. So I stick my foot in it. I'm not going to let this guy pass me. I step on it and I hear, whoa, and the carburetor opens up. The car doesn't pick up speed at all. The Porsche goes by me. It's like, man, what happened to all my power? Well, you're at 11,000 feet. That's what happened. Tim has me beat in Colorado, though. Where's he at? Because Colorado's not much. Well, it depends, I guess. Like I said, going over I-70, you get up to 11,000 feet, but in Denver, they call it the Mile High City, so you're what, at 52 or 5,300 feet, something like that. Man, I told you I got friends that fly up there near where you are. They've got a place up there. They go there on the weekends, like holiday weekends. So fly up there from Central California. But that airplane's kind of a hot rod. It's got it's a two-place airplane with 180 horse, clipped wings, 180 horse with constant speed prop. So I mean, they probably don't have any problem producing power with it. And it's not a heavy. He's over 6,000. What? What?
Did you eat today?
Did I eat? I might have had something. Am I hungry? Yeah.
I didn't want to work on the car no more.
You're done?
Yeah, we did a lot. And we started at like 9:30 or something,
Okay.
right?
It's 1:47 in the morning. We will not be here tomorrow. Tomorrow we both have things, right? Thursday night.
We could do a 10 o'clock stream. We want to work on the car a little more.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll do it at 10 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, we have things to do tomorrow, but we'll be done by 10.
We're the late night crew. We're cleanup crew, I guess.
So
right?
10 Central, whatever time that is everywhere else.
It seems like there's a small but mighty group of cleanup crew and enjoy hanging out while we work. And as long as there's people who come in and chat with us, then we'll keep doing it, maybe. At least for a little while. We've got to get this car going.
Yeah.
Got some wiring.
Oh,
I found a problem. Sometimes you got to just go through the systems and, shake out the bugs, and man, those fuses are bad. I'll bet you that's why the taillights weren't working right and stuff.
Yeah, because the fuse box is a piece of crap.
It's bad.
It's a 60-year-old, nearly 60, 58-year-old.
And those little terminals, they're just like steel. They are just swollen, rusty. I can't believe they're getting any contact at all.
Yeah, we're the late night crew.
Cleanup crew. Is that wrong? Late night crew? Second shift?
Second shift. Those are probably American terms. Oh, we're the second shift.
We can't be the late show or the late show because that's patented technology.
Yes, I mean. Okay.
Oh, you're only 39 degrees. That's probably good. It was hot today. Man. We'll go outside. It'll feel like walking into a
39
pond.
degrees Fahrenheit there? Oh man, what is it here? Like 80? Okay. Before, yeah, that's what I told her. I want to modernize it by making it into a box full of breakers, but that's gonna be some money. So what's the
Well, I might see if I can rob a fuse box out of something else that we own, but I don't know what. Maybe that Ranger.
Barrows? It's 74 degrees Fahrenheit here right now, and we're running the air conditioner. It's 39. Oh man.
Well, the air conditioner doesn't have to work too hard once it cools off like this. So
Yeah,
people are bailing because I never mentioned being done with a stream until you're done.
Yeah, because we're done.
People just bail.
Okay, I don't know how to make it stop.
All right. So I hope that you enjoyed the newness of our new setup and some of the things that we're just teasing and trying to learn tonight. And we love having you here. We wouldn't do it if it weren't for fun. And so we will do it again soon, tomorrow night, Friday night for sure, because we got nothing better to do than be here with you guys and work on this darn car. And we ought to have it out of here in a... I should just shut up. I'm just jinxing myself. We're going to keep working.